Day 1 patch. Probably something to decrease the drop rate of the new agents.
When I was 15, the thought of an apocalypse never troubled me.
Because as we all well then know, you gotta get up at 6 a.m.
The only thing I couldn't give up
to get the highest chance of getting the appropriate
was
characters.
the sunset on that beach.
Starry night, the loving mother,
Which I didn't do.
father.
Okay, there was something, some picture that showed up on the login screen. Yay! It's 2 days remaining, February 2nd. No, of 2 February. Okay, hold on. Sure. "45 days. Today is 12 hours. Here we go. It's still there, and thank goodness. Hello, Zero Special Operations. Hard mode, threshold simulation, mirrored endgame. Okay, well, yeah. I didn't get the city fund for previous months, so I'm not gonna get one for this month. Okay, remaining 25 days, 84 searches. $74. Once again. At least 2. 54. $44. is nice.
Welcome back, Master! I'm Sunna from Angels of Delusion. Nice to meet you.
Dong dong wanga. Enough! What the enough? Enough!
The shining golden signs. Let your inner sparking night. Find a treasure, growing bright. Reach your far away and take a flight. Lucky enough, at least.
What do those? What does that even mean? It's probably a visual bug. Ooh. Activity tab title.
Heading out for inspiration? Let's go! Wait! Let me grab my field mic before we bounce!
She is way more confident here. And that's appropriate. Sure, I trust you. I guess. Let's currently equip this one. Powdered crystalline. The troll. Okay, let's go here. $88 is fine. I mean, I know I will probably get this outfit.
Feels like Miss Cecilia really enjoys dolling us up like in a dress-up game.
Cute. Three out of 4? Wait, who's going to be fourth one?
Wait, let me grab my field mic before we bounce. Miss Cecilia prepared this dress for me. Heading out for inspiration? Let's go!
Oh, you're up early. Want to try my special Bang Boo combo? Someone just asked me why I wear sunglasses indoors. Well, obviously because it's cool. I got plenty of new ideas. Let's try them out on EOS one by one. I got plenty of new ideas. Let's try them out on EOS one by one. Have a good one, and please, come again.
Okay, well. Totally counts. Remodeling, let's do it a bit later. Stop with the exclamation marks.
A little reward. You asked for it. Rest in peace. The next page is the ending. Seal! Break! Oh, my turn then.
slumber in the mist.
Let's cool things down. Let's break the ice into the frozen abyss.
What's that? Don't know, don't care. Probably gonna post all of this as commissions.
Кью с благодарностями игрокам, оптимизацией игры, а также халявной раздачей стандартного легендарного персонажа на выбор. Получается, теперь реролить аккаунты ради любимого персонажа больше не нужно. Собственно, обо всем этом мы видео и поговорим. Погнали! Донатов сервис, проверенный временем. Здесь вы можете закинуть полихромный ценность, нефритов ТСР, астриты Google и другие игры. И все это по UID, без персональных данных аккаунта. Также вы найдете здесь пополнение Steam, звезд телеги и других сервисов. А еще ты можешь поучаствовать в ежедневных бесплатных раздачах декоинов, за которые можно сразу пополнять любимые игры. Донатить в игры теперь просто, ведь донатов нет, донаты есть. Начнем сразу с легендарной новости про легендарного персонажа. Разработчики от 1 февраля выкатили нам статистику, сколько линий электропередач проложили игроки, сколько строений было построено и отремонтировано, что самое популярное строение в долине — это запасник, но главное было дальше. Цитирую: чтобы упростить формирование команд, а также сделать бои и исследования мира на ранних этапах более комфортными, мы дадим всем администраторам, завершившим основную миссию глава 1, часть 1 прорыв осады, награду за прогресс. Это разрешение на получение одного из 6-звездочных оперативников, указанных на баннере «Стандартный наем». Этот объект будет доставлен на почту, и мы его сможем получить после быстрого обновления 5 февраля. А в будущем получение этой награды планируют интегрировать прямо в игру, чтобы процесс был более интуитивным. Короче, если вы до сих пор реролите свои аккаунты ради пограничника или там панихиды, вашего любимого персонажа, теперь этому пришел конец. Мы и так на старте игры можем заролить минимум 2 стандартных персонажа, как с баннера новичка, так и с обычного за количество круток, которые разработчики наваливают на релизе игры. Так еще и забрать 3-ю стандартную легендарку на выбор. По-моему, очень классный подгон. Теперь коснемся оптимизации, которые также добавят 5 февраля. Будут снижены уровни врагов при повышении уровней исследования мира. На 6-м уровне мира враги 60 уровня станут 55-м, а на 7-м уровне 70-го упадут на 60-й, но при этом выпадение трофеев и их количество останутся теми же. Также при достижении 16, 17, 18 уровней игроки сразу же получат определенное количество синих компонентов для крафта синего снаряжения, а на 28, 29 и 30 то же самое будет для крафта фиолетового снаряжения. Этот момент буквально помощь казуалам, которые до сих пор либо не разобрались с заводами, или просто решили покачаться и не рашить сюжет, апнув уровень, но не открыв, например, плато энергии, где растет песчано-лист для крафта фиолетового снаряжения. В управлении базами АПК добавят функцию массового выключения остановки производства. Это поможет быстро выключить целые цепочки зданий при дефиците энергии. Сейчас же приходится кликать на каждое здание по отдельности и выключать его вручную. А на самой карте изменит расположение врагов вблизи точек телепортации, мест сбора редких материалов и также мест разработки на карте. На этот счет, как я понимаю, разработчики имеют в виду, что монстры теперь нам не будут мешать на ключевых местах застройки карты. Ну а во второй половине статьи они поделились будущими оптимизациями, которые сейчас уже пилят, и они появятся в грядущих обновлениях по базе и АПК. Улучшит отображение сооружений в кат-сценах, а также добавит возможность управлять постройками прямо через карту, не переходя к ним лично на персонажиках. А на самом заводе наконец-то позволит отдалять карту еще дальше, чем сейчас. И в связи с этим даже добавит возможность строительства за пределами ключевой области.
Hey! Someone has accepted my commission. That's nice.
Have a cup of coffee to jumpstart your day. Sometimes stop.
Let's start with... Let's not start with anything, because I'm going to spend my energy on something really particular. Oh well. Okay, that's fine.
АПК. Но вот тут интересно, потому что сейчас мы эту область расширяем за валюту региона, а как теперь это будет выглядеть, пока не совсем понятно. Улучшат зиплайны. Свои будут теперь лучше отличаться от чужих, а также во время использования появится мини-карта для более удобной навигации. Что касается боевки, то здесь изменений поменьше. В основном они касаются оптимизации логики работы союзников. Будут лучше следовать за игроком, помогать ему собирать ресурсы и трофеи, а на экране оптимизировать отображение подсказок и эффектов перед атаками врагов. Еще там написано про оптимизацию логики выхода из боя, видимо связано с тем, что сейчас приходится довольно далеко отбегать от врагов, чтобы бой закончился. Ну и наконец, в планах по общей оптимизации разработчики поделились следующей информацией. На корабле Дидзян добавят функцию быстрого сбора продукции и зацепок, а также, наконец-то, добавят быстрый сбор для станций переработки. То есть теперь нам не придется бегать к совушкам на своих двоих. С другой стороны, многие уже прокачали корабль за 3-4 дня и к совушкам в принципе не бегают. Возможно, эти материалы в будущем будут полезны для чего-то еще. Но про это информации не было. В рамках эксплоринга карты будут более понятные и наглядные подсказки, как пройти в ту или иную недоступную область. Еще есть часть по сбору редких ресурсов на карте, типа грибов, цветов и руды. Будет лучше отображаться, сколько чего сейчас проросло на карте, а также, цитирую, оптимизация буфера почты. Теперь редкие собираемые ресурсы могут попадать в буфер почты и при получении будут автоматически перемещаться на склад. Скорее всего, это связано с маленьким инвентарем, когда на карте хочется много чего собрать, а положить уже некуда. Странно, что они сам инвентарь просто не расширили, а добавили какой-то специальный буфер почты для редких ресурсов. Ну и на том хотя бы спасибо. И еще разработчики планируют улучшить использование контроллера и переназначение кнопок на нем. И на этом все, народ. Как видите, разработчики продолжают улучшать и развивать свою игру. А мне вот интересно послушать ваше мнение, какие пункты здесь для вас критичны, а каких вы не услышали. То есть, что понравилось мне, я ненавязчиво в своем рассказе отметил фразой «наконец-то». Но, возможно, вы ожидали услышать что-то другое. Пишите об этом в комментариях. По традиции, прошу прожать лайк и подписаться на канал. Отдельно выражаю благодарность моим лучшим зрителям на Бусти. Спасибо за ваше внимание и увидимся на канале Свор ТВ.
One for complaints. If you spot an ethereal, shout him. It's showtime. Close the opening.
The next page is the ending. Oh, my turn then. The story's falling from over. The story ends here. You will rest amidst the ice.
Думаю, все уже заметили, что в Энфилде какое-то запредельно большое количество существующих рас. Но как это получилось? Откуда они все взялись? На самом деле, так уж исторически сложилось, что в мире Аркнайтс огромное видовое разнообразие. Почти все, без исключения местные люди, имеют те или иные звериные или же мифические черты внешности. У одних это хвосты, у других перья, чешуя, у третьих уши, которых, кстати, может быть как 2, так и 4, и все они функциональны. Но как это влияет на слух, пока неизвестно. Однако это не самое странное, хотя бы потому, что у некоторых местных жителей и вовсе есть ангельские нимбы над головой, или же натурально драконьи черты внешности. Есть рептилоиды и люди-панды. И вот это вот все многообразие в арке называется емким словом «человечество». Реальные же люди, привычные нам, именуются здесь несколько иначе. Но их так давно никто не видел, что для Энфилда на сегодняшний день это и не важно. Ну а пока что мы разберемся, как весь этот зверинец получился, кто в него входит и кто во всем этом виноват. Ну а прежде чем мы продолжим, хочу порекомендовать сервис Hornybox. Здесь можно быстро и безопасно приобрести любой вид доната для множества игр, в том числе и для Arknights Endfield. Если вам понадобятся кристаллы и премиальный боевой пропуск, то здесь все это уже есть в полном ассортименте и по выгодным ценам. Также с Hornybox можно легко пополнить Steam с минимальной комиссией. Все, что для этого требуется, это перейти по моей ссылке в описании и взять, что понравилось. Ну а мы продолжаем. Начнем по порядку. Большое количество местных рас в оригинальной арке было нужно не только для общего разнообразия персонажей, но еще и как двигатель сюжета. Буквально, сюжет Аркнайтса — это череда историй про притеснение, дискриминацию и ненависть по видовому признаку. И в то же время это истории про преодоление предрассудков и объединение непохожих людей с самым разным прошлым ради общего блага. Если вкратце, то общие отношения между расами можно описать так. Старшие расы недолюбливают древних и наоборот, но в то же время все они вместе не в восторге от коренных народов Терры. А оригинальные терриане разделились на несколько общин, и одна из них вообще хочет устроить мировую революцию. В общем, все как у людей, только для наглядности гипертрофировано и фэнтезийно. Ну и в рамках небольшого дисклеймера скажу следующее. У каждого вида и расы есть свои названия, которые я не всегда смогу выговорить правильно и верно расставить в них ударение. Поэтому приношу свои извинения тем, кому это будет резать слух. А также призываю поправлять меня в комментариях, если я что-то произнесу не так. Что ж, углубимся в историю межвидовых расприй народов Терры. Это нам пригодится позже для понимания расстановки сил на Талосе. Изначально Терра принадлежала только одному народу под названием Тикас. Это была многочисленная раса, которая давно колонизировала планету и поделилась на различные государства. Сами тиказы выглядели как антропоморфные создания, и чаще всего их описывали как демоноподобных людей с острыми рогами и заостренными ушами. Жизнь тиказов шла своим чередом, пока они не подверглись вторжению извне, буквально из другого мира. 9000 лет назад до нашей эры по терранскому календарю разразилась мировая война. На этом столкновении раса старейших привела за собой расы древних в качестве своих вассалов и сделала их своими солдатами, многих против их воли. Так началась так называемая война старейших, в которой коренные жители Терры были практически уничтожены. А так как народы Тикас и раньше были разобщены, то они ничего не смогли противопоставить захватчикам из другого мира. Но доподлинно известно, что именно король народа Тикас призвал первую катастрофу на Терре в надежде изгнать захватчиков. Однако это не помогло, и старейшие со своими подчиненными быстро разбили армию местных жителей. Но именно в этот момент на планете началась эпидемия орипатии, неизлечимой болезни, вызываемой кристаллами ориджиниума. Она поразила всех, независимо от расы и вида. Так народы Тикас превратились из самых многочисленных фракций в одну из самых малочисленных. Бывшие Тикас расселились по всем уголкам планеты и с годами начали отличаться друг от друга как внешне, так и своей культурой. Словно они всегда были различными видами. А доминирующее положение на Терре заняли старейшие и древние расы. Тикас же, в свою очередь, распались на самые разные фракции. Одни, такие как Санкта и Анаса, смирились с новым положением дел и намерены жить в мире со всеми, создав новый дом. Дури например, и вовсе ушли под землю и со временем стали похожи на фэнтезийных гномов. Но остались и так называемые истинные наследники под названием Саркас. Они возненавидели своих бывших соплеменников и назвали их предателями. Изначально древние обзывали словом «саркас» всех, кто не входил в список старших рас. Но со временем озлобленные коренные народы стали называть себя так в знак того, что они не смирились с поражением тысячелетней давности. В итоге сарказы затаили на всех и стремятся вернуть свою планету назад, создав землю обетованную под названием Каздель. Но так как саркас в меньшинстве, то их очень быстро объявили злодеями и всячески маргинализировали. В это же самое время расы древних и старейших безраздельно правят на Терре уже несколько тысяч лет. Хотя со временем многое в обществе и выровнялось, и гонений по видовому признаку стало значительно меньше. На сегодняшний день Терра представляет собой близкий аналог нашей Земли, только с различными природными катастрофами и городами-государствами, которые...
Okay, let's maybe do it later. A bit later. It works. It's not top 1%. But it is what I got. How can I grass more? Ah! Yeah. Have to use this theme. You'll never want to use this theme. It's fine, but I guess this one is actually quite good. I like it. Dancing Queen has been dancing for quite a while now. Oh, it's 2:40 already. Okay.
My aim is true.
Turn around! Smash them! Pretty cool, huh?
As foreshadowed. You asked for it. Noise.
That one for complaints!
Now, little cuties, crush them! The story ends here.
Slumber in the mist.
Oh, my turn then. Ice is cracking into your rest amidst the ice.
How does she go her butt up in this? Like, that's not necessary, I think. I suppose it shouldn't be necessary. Asura. Pursuit on fun. I feel like I should remove those things. Okay.
которые движутся по нестабильной поверхности планеты. В общем, если подытожить, то получается так. Происхождение старейших доподлинно неизвестно. Вероятно, к их созданию приложили руку более развитая раса. И они прибыли из другого мира. Возможно, они добрались до Терры сами, а возможно, их туда отправили предтечи. Но их пока трогать не будем, это история для другого раза. Выглядят старейшие преимущественно как люди с чертами мифических животных. Грифоны, драконы, единороги, церберы и прочие. Они самые главные на планете ввиду развитой науки, культуры, а также предрасположенности к высокому уровню владения искусством. Их очень много, а чистокровных старейших еще меньше. Далее идут древние расы. На Терре они оказались вместе со старейшими. Некоторые исторические источники называют их гуманоидными животными. Ученые Терры полагают, что древние расы когда-то действительно были обычными животными, но под воздействием искусства Оригиниума начали быстро эволюционировать. Кстати, именно по этой причине у некоторых древних рас по 2 или 4 уха. Так сложилась эволюция. В одних расах условно-человеческий ген преобладает над животным, а где-то наоборот, больше от животного, чем от человека. Этим же объясняется наличие фурии, если что. На Терре, как и, впрочем, на Талосе, древние — это самые многочисленные расы. Их прям много, и они все разные. И последние — это Саркас, бывшие народы Тикас, коренные жители Терры. По сути, только их можно назвать настоящими террианами. Это самые малочисленные народы, и чаще всего именно их притесняют другие. Тысячелетия спустя, после поражения в Старейшей войне, бывшие народы Тикас стали максимально не похожи друг на друга. Среди них появились ангелы, демоны, банши, циклопы, виндиго и даже практически нежить в виде вампиров и даже жутких плотоядных гулей, которых тут называют нахцереры. Вот, например, наша стесняша панихида как раз из последних. Так что бойтесь панихиду, она может и куснуть. Короче, среди сарказов хватает мифологических созданий разного калибра. В общем, на Терре жилось не сладко, а иногда вообще мрак. Неудивительно, что при первой же возможности люди свинтили оттуда на другую планету. Но вернемся с небес на Землю, а точнее с Терры на Талос. Более сотни лет прошло с тех пор, как первые переселенцы остались отрезаны от родной планеты и вынуждены были выживать в чужом мире самостоятельно. Изначально, за 5 лет существования портала, через него прошло около 130 тысяч терриан. И некоторая часть из них не пережила первую войну с агелами и прочие катастрофы, которые приключились на Талосе. Однако человечество смогло выжить и закрепиться на новой планете. Таким образом, за десятилетия совместной работы и выживания все расы стали примерно равны. На новой планете старейшие древние и сарказы просто стали жителями Талоса, но со своими нюансами, разумеется. Во всяком случае, именно к равноправию и взаимовыручке стремятся так называемый пояс цивилизаций или же группа цивилизаций. Это самопровозглашенное правительство Талоса, в которое входят представители всех крупных фракций и рас планеты. Проще говоря, пояс цивилизаций — это такой аналог нашей Организации Объединенных Наций, только с полномочиями мирового регулятора и полицейского. Впрочем, это не значит, что все теперь живут одной большой семьей. Нет, старые разногласия и распри до сих пор тлеют. Но уже не так сильно, как на Терре. Однако это не мешает разным народам стремиться к независимости и сохранению своей уникальной культуры. Представители старейших до сих пор пытаются пролезть во власть везде, где только можно, а сарказы все так же ждут удар в спину и отстроили себе на Талосе огромный летающий город под названием США. А также они стали лучшими производителями оружия на планете, что как бы намекает. В общем, даже на Талосе сарказы, так же как и их предки, пытаются защитить себя от внешних угроз и отыскать Каздель, землю обетованную для своего вида. Они снова хотят стать Тикас, что в переводе с их языка означает «те, у кого есть дом». В общем, народы Аркнайтса даже на Талосе не избавились от своих разногласий, разве что древние расселились повсюду и просто живут себе, ходят на работу и делают всякое полезное, собственно, как и на Терри. И еще, тут такое дело, в мире Аркнайтса существует понятие «исекай». Буквально, иногда в арке встречаются персонажи, которым там совсем не место. Это либо совершенно странные магические создания, либо еще хуже – земляне. Настоящие, с нашей с вами планеты. Но на происходящее в мире это не особо как-то влияет. Совершенно буквально, иногда в арке встречаются персонажи, которым там совсем не место. Это либо совершенно странные магические создания, либо еще хуже – земляне. Настоящие, с нашей с вами планеты. Но на происходящее в мире это не особо как-то влияет. И по сути это просто официальная лазейка для различных коллабораций, чтобы без особых проблем вписать их в общий сюжет арки. То есть не нужно удивляться, если вы узнаете, что в Аркнайте буквально есть оперативники из Rainbow Six Siege, например. И лор вселенной от этого не треснул. Ну, если вкратце и в общем виде, то вот как-то так появились различные виды и расы Аркнайтса. Теперь стало чуточку понятнее, почему они в принципе друг друга недолюбливают, и по какой причине тех же сарказов так мало, а некоторая часть из них и вовсе коварные злодеи. Впрочем, прямо сейчас в Энфилде это не особо важно ввиду того, что сюжет только-только начинается, и в такие нюансы, как межвидовые разногласия, нас особо не посвящали. Но оно определенно сыграет важную роль в будущем. И это одна из причин существования Энфилда, ведь наша организация, в свою очередь, выступает посредником между разными фракциями и расами. И следует сказать, что оперативников Энфилда уважают по всему Талосу не только за их миротворческую деятельность, но и за то, что там все служат на равных. Нет разницы между старейшими и сарказами, они все Энфилд. И во многом именно по этой причине легендарный Родос Айленд так доверяют администратору и его людям. Но на этом у меня... В общем-то, все. Не забывайте подписаться на канал, если вы по какой-то причине...
Don't spare constant gear coins. It's easy. More 80% damage. Maybe 80% more damage. basic attacks, dash attacks, dodge counters, special attacks, attack, special attacks. So everything but ultimate.
Are you bored? Should I read you something?
When two types of ether whale are active, but are all spot at the same time. Ah.
If there's nothing to do, we should practice the blade.
Going to the right. Practice the blade.
Этого еще не сделали. Для вас мелочь, а мне приятно. А еще можете поддержать меня на бусте. Все ссылки будут в описании. И увидимся в следующий раз.
HP is lost? No. Shield. I don't have a shield. Okay. I guess I will have a shield. Yeah, sure. Yeah, more reason, yeah. You're right. I am dissatisfied with the fact that this mode is temporary.
It's over.
Anomaly proficiency.
This party is just getting started.
My blade is already
Let's on!
Press forward. It's over.
Victory, the only option. Here comes bubblegum.
Weakling.
once again.
You better not get my trust dirty. It's over.
Take this one. Maybe I'll just refresh.
Ready for a fiery feast? Scatter! My domain! My blade is a little healthy. A golden bamboo? Wow, a gift from the Lost Void. Weakling. Scatter. You're done. My blade is ready. It's over. My blade is ready. Smile!
I have no clue how to use her.
The buffs just do not want to stop, and Lycon of all is up next. So I guess while I am still waiting for my Nekomata buffs, we talk about Lycon instead. How big are his buffs and do they change anything? Well, let's find out. So in this updated guide for Lycon, let's talk about his kit and how he plays, his best weapons, disk drives and disk drive sets, his combos, his main and substats, its potentials, teams and mindscapes, and lastly, let's also talk about his pros and cons. Welcome! I'm Rivenus, and this is your complete updated in-depth guide to Lycon. Lycon is an ice-type stunner who excels at quick swapping, while not only providing buffs for ice carries, but now also every type of damage, even if he is still best utilized within ice damage-based teams. With his unique charge attack mechanic and some new pretty cool changes thanks to the buffs, he not only has some depth to his kit, but is also very accessible and easy to play. His dash attack, dodge counter, chain attack and ultimate exist, and aside from inflicting some daze and damage, they also do exactly what they are supposed to do, so I will not touch upon them any further. His basic attacks and EX special, however, feature his unique charge mechanic. Essentially, by holding down your basic attack or EX special respectively, you can charge up his attacks, causing them to be stronger in exchange for a slower animation time. For his EX special specifically, charging it instead of tapping will also increase the energy cost from 40 to 60 energy. However, both variants still require 60 energy, even if you only consume 40. As for his special, outside of using it for a quick chain attack trigger, for example in Yugo teams, we will actually rarely use his special, and while it can be charged in theory as well, it is usually not worth using it. Furthermore, while his normal uncharged basic attacks inflict physical damage, if charged, they will now inflict ice damage instead, while also dealing increased daze and damage. Holding down his basic attack will also perform the first 3 basics as charged attacks one after another. And lastly, while not directly mentioned in his skill description, his basic 5 can be charged up twice, with the second stage being even stronger and also inflicting increased anomaly. Means we effectively always want to charge up his basic attacks and never use the uncharged versions. With his buff, Lycon now features not only 1, but 2 assist follow-ups. While his first assist follow-up works as we would expect it to work, and we hence do not need to cover this further, his second assist follow-up is triggered by holding down his basic attack rather than pressing it. There is a lot more to say about the second assist follow-up, which is fully covered within his core skill. So for now it is enough to know that his second assist follow-up has much better motion values than his first, and because of that we usually want to hold his basic button rather than pressing it, with a catch, more on that just after his core. His core skill increases the daze dealt by his charged basic attacks, his dodge counter and dash attacks by 80%, and that should also make it pretty clear on why we want to charge up his basics. Furthermore, when any of his assist follow-ups or his EX special hit an enemy, their ice resistance is reduced by 25% for 30 seconds. In addition, it also provides an enemy-sided 30% damage bonus to non-ice damage. That being said, let's now actually talk about his new and unique state, Encircle Prey. When using his health basic attack assist follow-up, Lycon will trigger a quick assist to the previous agent. Upon using said backwards quick assist, Lycon will then enter the Encircle Prey state for up to 8 seconds, and Lycon can enter the state once per stun cycle, which means he gains another charge whenever an elite or boss enemy becomes stunned. While in this state, Lycon will remain inactive on field and automatically perform his basic attacks, dodge, dodge counter or dash attack, depending on the active input of your currently controlled character. It should be mentioned that his basic attacks will automatically be charged basic attacks. However, there are also some other important notes. First, he will only ever perform his basic 1, 2, 3, and after using his dodge counter he can directly follow up with his basic 3. When the active character then uses their chain attack or ultimate, Lycon will automatically end the state early, and whenever the state ends, he will then also automatically use his second assist follow-up, increasing the day's health by this next assist follow-up by 6% for each remaining second of the state. Or in other words, Lycon now basically plays himself while inactive on field.
My blade is
Attacks performed by Lycon while inactive do only inflict damage on days, and that simply means that they do not inflict anomaly. Miyabi is probably pretty sad about that. Also, lastly, there are these two little sentences we have to talk about. Even though Lycon's state timer does not count down while he is the active character, when pairing with him, we want to avoid using his health basic assist follow-up, as it would manually and instantly end his state. Well, actually, that is not the full truth, of course. There are some situations where you might want to use it simply because it would instantly stun the enemy. But as a general rule of thumb, and for the most part, while Lycon is in the Encircle Prey state, using his regular press basic assist follow-up is gonna be the go-to choice. And outside of the Encircle Prey state, we basically always want to use the Health Wand. His additional ability requires either an Ice Agent, an agent from Victoria Housekeeping, or now also an Anomaly Agent. And when said condition is fulfilled, if Lycon hits a stunned enemy, their stun damage multiplier is increased, and because of this, we want to make sure to hit the enemy while they are stunned. And that is honestly also everything we need to know about his kit. So let's clarify his skill priority. His days is somewhat distributed throughout his entire kit, so we want to focus first and foremost on core skill, then his EX and assist, followed by his chain and basics, and lastly dodge. You will likely use all of his skills somewhere, even if not actively, and so they are all pretty close to each other in terms of value. He does not really have combos outside of parry and hold basic or press basic to use his respective relevant assist follow-ups, so let's talk about his awakening potentials instead. Lycon's Awakening 2 to 6 are fortunately pretty simple and grant him a flat out up to 15% combat impact while in the state, albeit only for his basic attacks, dash attacks and dodge counters only. There really is not much to say here, more days, yippee, but overall his potentials are honestly somewhat underwhelming. Weapon time. Okay, so the problem Lycon faces is that he already gets a shit ton of days build up bonus from his core for his basics and dodge counters, and arguably even his new assist follow-up, depending on how you play that is. In addition, because he only uses his basic 1, 2, 3 while inactive, and the days values on 1, 2, 3 are much lower than, well, 4 and 5, his basic attack days contribution is pretty low. Which also means his signature is still not super great on him. His by far best in slot choice is Blazing Laurel, and now also because of his inactive basic attacks, he can surprisingly well maintain and also stack it much better than before. So I guess Blazing Laurel it is, and it wins yet again. Both Hellfire Gears and Steam Oven work well, but because Lycon is now partially inactive, he is not gonna profit too much of Hellfire Gears off-field energy regeneration anymore, because, well, he is on-field and not off-field. Because of that, the actual performance you might encounter can vary and will heavily depend on how you play. Generally, I would argue that Steam Oven is not only more consistent, but also free-to-play obtainable, and generally also the better choice than Hellfire gears. Ice J Teapot will have a good uptime during his state, or at least you are able to, well, get some stacks, but they are gonna fall off pretty rapidly and massively outside of it. On average, Lycon will not really be able to maintain too many stacks on it. But TLDR being, his weapons really didn't change, Blazing Laurel got even better than before, and Steam Oven is still his second best overall choice. Outside of Fossil that is, but if you aim for higher scores then, well, Steam Oven. A 4-piece King of the Summit is generally his best choice, but if you play him with a double stun composition such as with Yugo, either of Swing Jazz or Estful Voice are the better choice now. Since Lycon is now able to trigger quick assists himself, Estful Voice became, well, a much better choice. For the 2-piece, either Shockstar Disco Swing Jazz or Moonlight Lullaby are preferred. If you don't need the additional days from Shockstar, well, an ER 2-piece is better. Crit rate in slot 4, attack percent in slot 5 and impact in slot 6 are his best choices, but frankly, especially his slot 5 does not really matter too much. He is a stunner after all, and his damage contribution is not the highest anyway. Choose honestly whatever has better substats. As for substats, focus on crit rate first and foremost until at least 50% for King of the Summit if you run it, then attack percent or crit damage, and lastly flat pen and flat attack. If you play him within an anomaly team, which due to his core skill is now not even that unlikely, well, forego the crit part and just build anomaly proficiency instead. Mindscapes. Lycon's Mindscapes are, to be honest, not very good, so let's speedrun them. Lycon's Mindscape 1 increases his EX special days, his M2 allows for better energy management and might allow for an additional EX special, his M3 and 5 exist, his M4 doesn't matter, and his M6 increases his damage dealt by up to 50%, which is a pretty good damage gain, but outside of that, well, yeah. I would argue his Mindscape 1 isn't too bad, we can go for that, it's a good days increase, but otherwise it's kind of whatever. Lycon works well in quite a few teams, and as he now provides a damage bonus to non-ice agents as well, he became quite a bit better outside of ice teams. Additionally, they added the anomaly condition to his additional ability, which I honestly think they might have done because of Aria. So while speculation for now, I think that Lycon might not be too bad of a pick for an Aria team. Lycon was fantastic for Yetadi and still is. Arguably because both Panda and Lycon now give a backwards quick assist, this team is slightly more annoying to play with Panyaho, as it is often the case with double backwards quick assist team setups however. Lycon works in mono ice Miyabi teams and his buffs did not change it, albeit with a small caveat. In theory, his charged basic attacks, assist follow-ups and dodge counters can shatter. Well, not they can, they do shatter. Which plays against what mono ice wants to do, which is to not shatter. However, because you can manually end his state, this should most of the time not be a problem, at least given that you, well, actually end his state. And lastly, he of course works still great in Yugo teams with lighter. Honestly, Lycon can be used in quite a few teams now, and depending on how Aria and Nangong Yu turn out, he might be pretty good in anomaly teams as well. We honestly will see, the future is gonna tell us. Lycon is basically free due to being obtainable from the 300 standard banner selector, and alongside Soldier 11, he is probably the best choice from that. Lycon is a great stunner with generic buffs and can be used in quite a few teams. He is simple to play, does a good chunk of days and has great free-to-play weapon options. On the other hand, because his days is distributed throughout his entire kit, his investment is not necessarily cheap. Lastly, his Mindscapes are somewhat tish mid and so are his awakening potentials, albeit his M1 isn't half bad. And with that we are at the end of the video, so thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, leave a comment on your thoughts on Lycon and his buffs, and of course join the Discord. A special thanks to my YouTube and Patreon members who make this content possible. If you wish to support me, you will find a link to my Patreon in the description, or click the join button right below this video. And as always, I appreciate all of you and wish you a great day. Peace!
15,000. That's how many hours it's been since the concept art for the Angels of Delusions first started showing up, and for fans of the formerly nameless Idol division as a whole, the start to a saving streak that would last more than a year. But after 15,000 hours, the Idols turned Angels are now finally here, with Sunna being the first. She has absolutely amazing looking visuals and even cooler character design choices that play perfectly into her theme, and today I'll be breaking down everything you need to know about her, including whether she's actually worth pulling for if you aren't someone who's saved millions of polychromes for her, how to build her, where she'll be strong, and why there's a lot more to this character than people think. As a reminder, footage from today's video will come from the creator beta server, so things are subject to change. Like, comment, and subscribe for good luck on your pulls, and without further ado, let's break down Sunna, the first of the Angel faction that we've all been waiting for. Before we jump in though, I want to quickly thank today's sponsor, Enjoy GM. If you're playing games like Zenless, Genshin Impact, or Honkai Star Rail, Enjoy GM is one of the easiest ways to top up. You just head to the site, select your game and server, enter your UID, choose the amount you want, and you're done. There is no account login or passwords required. A huge advantage, however, to Enjoy GM is Sunna is a support who deals respectable damage while providing strong team-wide buffs. Despite this, she isn't quite at the level of someone like Orphe and Magus, though she does also briefly take the field to spend her resources before quickly swapping off after. That said, Sunna can activate Ether Veils on demand, increase an enemy's stun damage multiplier, and debuff the enemy, and this makes her
You're now connected with the Gold Star Rep. Dial 1 for complaints. If you spot an ethereal, I won't let you down. Don't get tunnel vision. Let's keep this advantage.
Watch out!
This won't take much. What do you need me to do? Ride the wind. Glimmer! The line is gone. Radiant clouds. Frost glistens. Shining edge.
Move it!
Leave it to me. I'll back you. Frost spreads. I cut through the darkness. Split the heavens. Radiant clouds. Falling star. Frozen spirit. Countless swords in harmony. Frost glistens! Radiant clouds! Yeshun Guang of Yunquay Summit, breaking all illusions! The blade knows my heart. Weakling. Scatter! Right time! It's over. I swear on my blade. Careful, don't get scared. it between me and Lord Phaethon. The cold is silent. It's over.
What's the correct time?
A solid addition to most teams. To add to this, Sunna is part of the currently strongest lineup in the entire game, with her being the perfect partner to Ye Shunguang, but as we'll see in a moment, her additional ability does cause trouble and create limitations with who she can actually be paired with. To understand how Sunna is so strong, but why she can feel so restrictive at times, let's start by explaining her kit. Sunna's special resource is Claw Sharpener, which she generates through multiple sources. Using her ultimate grants 6 stacks, and any teammate that activates an Ether Veil will also provide 2 stacks. Anytime an agent also triggers an attribute anomaly, Sunna will also gain 1 stack as well. Her special mechanic, Ether Veil Delusion Reprise, though, is activated through her EX Special Photography technique, and when her additional ability is active, triggering this increases the enemy's stun damage multiplier while also granting a team-wide attack buff. While allies are in the Angelic Coordination state, they gain an attack buff equal to 30% of Sunna's initial attack, capped at 1050 attack once Sunna reaches 3500 attack on her stat screen. When Sunna lands a basic attack, EX Special, Chain Attack, or Ultimate though, she'll also apply Cat's Gaze to said enemies. If Sunna is the on-field agent, Cat's Gaze will also continuously be refreshed, and affected enemies will become less aggressive towards her specifically. Here's where things get a little bit more complicated. When an attacker or an anomaly agent repeatedly hits an enemy marked with Cat's Gaze, the mark is triggered and removed. If triggered by an attack agent, Cat's Gaze will deal 300% attack as damage, matching the agent's attribute. However, if triggered by an anomaly agent, this will instead deal 480% attack as attribute matching damage and is guaranteed to crit with a base 150% crit damage. If multiple enemies are marked with Cat's Gaze, attacking one will trigger the effect on the target while removing Cat's Gaze from all other enemies. Additionally, when an enemy is stunned, the number of hits required to trigger Cat's Gaze will be reduced, making it much easier to activate and proc during stun windows. So yes, apologies as this is kind of a lot for a character who is actually pretty simple, but in short, Cat's Gaze requires 3 hits to trigger outside of a stun window. It only requires a single hit while the enemy is stunned, and the damage that it deals is dependent on whether the mark is being triggered by an attack or anomaly agent. Sunna's additional ability activates when she is paired with either an attack agent or a member of the Angels of Delusion, but while members are affected by Ether Veil Delusion Reprise, any attacks that they land will increase the enemy's stun damage multiplier by 30%. That said, something that we'll touch on later during the team section is just how impossible it can feel to maintain this additional ability for anomaly agents, as no other angels are currently released, and taking an attack agent on an anomaly based team is often uncommon or just outright harmful / negative to the team's performance. Mischief Meteor Hammer is Sunna's standard 4-hit basic attack combo, and this deals physical damage while serving as her primary on-field attack option. For transparency's sake, this isn't really something that you'll be using quite often, however, but as we move to Naughty Cat Spotted, this triggers automatically when Sunna is off-field and no enemies are affected by Cat's Gaze. With this, when off-field, Bubblegum will then automatically consume 1 Claw Sharpener to launch an attack that scales off of Sunna's initial attack. When Sunna has enough energy and uses her EX Special, Bubblegum is sent out for a physical damage attack, while all squad members gain the Angelic Coordination effect for 40 seconds. During this state, landing a heavy attack will trigger a quick assist prompt, but using her EX Special again while in the Angelic Coordination state, or holding the EX Special after first using EX Special Bubblegum Barrage, will cause Sunna and Bubblegum to perform a combo attack that deals physical damage. This also activates Ether Veil Delusion Reprise, and this is a separate special buff that grants the team 50 attack. As always though, landing the heavy attack once more will trigger another quick assist prompt, but to be clear, the attack increases, the buffing, and the constant quick assisting does personally make Sunna feel closer to Astra than someone like Zhao for me, but again, as we'll see in the team section, the scoring of both characters is much closer than you'd think. Sunna's dodge and assist are nothing special, but though Sunna's chain attack does damage, in most cases it actually isn't worth using since you generally want to use chain attacks on your main DPS to take advantage of the decibel, damage, or unique resource gain. Sunna's ultimate deals physical damage, instantly grants Sunna all 6 claw sharpeners, restores 3000 HP to the entire squad, and immediately prompts a quick assist to bring the next agent onto field. But overall, in terms of her kit, what she'll likely be using is just her EX special and her ultimate. For skill priority, you can focus on leveling Sunna's core skill, EX special, and chain equally first, but after this you can invest in her assist, basic, and dodge, though none of these are really as necessary since she doesn't really use them too often anyway. Combo wise, Sunna doesn't really have any and is pretty simple to play, but despite this, she does have the ability to grant quick assists and ether veils on demand, so there are some neat tricks or gameplay goals to consider when playing her. Before we get to that though, her main combo that you'll be using in 99.99% of cases is very straightforward. EX special every 20 seconds to keep up Moonlight Lullaby buffs and to maintain the angelic coordination buff, and that's just it. For characters like Ye Guang though, Sunna offers additional value beyond just her raw buffing. Her ability to activate Ether Veil by holding EX special is particularly strong, as each selfie or held EX special cast fills half of Ye Guang's unique resource, enabling much faster access to her enhanced state. When comparing this generation to someone like Xiao, who's forced to wait for their own resource to fill before activating Ether Veil again, Sunna significantly reduces the downtime for Ye Guang and definitely makes her gameplay much smoother. Now this can also be very helpful for other agents too, including the likes of Zhu Yuan. Despite having great synergy already with Astra Yao, can also be used with Sunna and her constant quick assists to generate more bullets and deal more damage. Now beyond these two options, Sunna's flexibility opens up way more team possibilities. That said, while she may be weaker than Astra Yao or Yuzaha in certain cases, I have found that the real value of new Zenless Zone Zero releases is how they free older premium agents from being locked into a single team, and so with having a character like Sunna in your roster, this now gives players more freedom to experiment and reshuffle their lineups instead of just being forced to run the same 3 teams every single time. And trust me guys, this has definitely led to less struggling, better team performances, and higher scores across the board, especially once the Deadly Assault resets. Let's move now to her build. Sunna's signature W Engine Thought Bop provides a massive 60% energy regen as its main stat, and this is alongside a 0.6 energy per second passive while Sunna is off field. When Sunna uses her EX special to deal physical damage though, the entire squad also gains a 12.5% damage increase per stack, stacking up to 2 times. Now once both stacks are active though, the team also receives an additional 10% attack buff, and though this is a nice amount of stats and does contribute nicely to team-wide damage, the reality is that Sunna has many other options that we'll go over soon, and even in terms of building Sunna, there are plenty of other engines that already have energy regen or attack percent if she's looking for certain stat lines or trying to avoid clunkiness with her skill usage. Weeping Cradle is a strong alternative option though for Sunna, and while the 24% pen ratio doesn't directly benefit her personal scaling, the 0.6 energy per second regen here while off field is also helpful once again. To add to this though, since the Battle Pass shop now also includes the ability to purchase engines like this, you may now be tempted to pick up something like Weeping Cradle if you have no alternatives, but this is by no means her best alternative, even despite being an S rank. On that note, another solid alternative is Unfettered Game Ball, and this provides 50% energy regen as its main stat, and whenever Sunna's attacks match with the enemy's weaknesses, all squad members will gain crit rate, which is especially valuable as she does end up being paired with attack agents quite often. However, as a reminder, Game Ball is a Battle Pass engine which isn't accessible by all players, but this isn't the only disclaimer or reminder as well, as again, if you end up using this with Sunna, you can only use said engine when the enemy is weak to physical. The last engine that we have is Kaboom the Cannon, and this is Sunna's best free-to-play friendly option. This provides 50% energy regen as its main stat, which again fits her playstyle perfectly, but its passive also grants the entire team a 10% attack through its 4 stacks. Though this is of course Sunna's best free-to-play friendly option, this also happens to be an engine that isn't technically craftable, so you may actually need some luck in getting the Kaboom the Cannon, as again it isn't as easy to get as some of the others. For Sunna's drive discs, Moonlight Lullaby is her best 4-piece option, providing energy regen alongside a team-wide damage increase, but if you don't have access to a full Moonlight Lullaby set, you can of course use something like Astro Voice or Swing Jazz until you do. For 2-piece sets though, Sunna can definitely flex into things like Hormone Punk, Astro Voice, or Swing Jazz depending on what best complements
Initial attack, maximum 615 attack. Attack. No way, no way. But the obviously can't exist. Okay. Well, that's something. Oh well, once to depth. Yay, I guess. Neat. What else?
Build, but personally I didn't have too much trouble hitting the 3500 attack threshold on Sunna, so I ended up using energy regen, but this can definitely differ from person to person depending on your luck and overall disk drive rolls. For main stats, you'll run attack percent on both the 4th and 5th slots. Then for your 6th slot, you can choose between attack or energy regen, though in most cases you'll likely want energy regen. But for substats, you'll definitely prioritize attack percent first, followed by flat attack. Now stat wise though, you'll be aiming to get as close to 3500 attack on the stat screen, but if you end up overcapping Flipping on attack, you can shift some of this focus into anomaly proficiency, crit rate, or crit damage instead, depending on the type of DPS that you're pairing with your Sunna. It's finally time we address Sunna's teams. To start, I do want to mention that I have a whole separate video on Sunna's teams, and in said video I have disclaimers. I cover many of the lineups that you'll likely test with Sunna upon release, but as many have apparently missed, the full list of recorded teams and lineups are also in said video, which I describe will also be found in the Discord, which you can access at any time. However, let's start with the typical stun plus support team of Sunna, Ye Shunguang, and Dylan, which happens to be the standout and best performing team with a 43,700 point scoreline in Shiyu defense and an even stronger 51,400 points in deadly assault, showing just how dominant this lineup can actually be. By comparison, Sunna with Soldier Zero Ambi and Dylan still performed decently in Shiyu defense with 38,900 points, but this was nowhere near as impressive in deadly assault, only reaching 26,200 points. Now, while Soldier Zero Ambi was pretty decent in Shiyu defense, Evelyn paired with Lighter and Sunna performed even better than they did in deadly assault with a respectable 34,898 scoreline and a 37,928 close scoreline in Shiyu defense. Of course, for the lineups that I just mentioned, removing some of these supportive or limited characters would result in thousands of points being lost from said scorelines, but overall, when used with the more recently buffed or higher tier attack agents, Sunna's performances are respectable or do actually challenge what Astra Yao is capable of, and to that end, especially if you use her with Ye Shunguang, Sunna is amazing. In double support setups though, Sunna, Ye Shunguang, Astra Yao performed very well, scoring 40,100 points in Shiyu defense and 42,000 in deadly assault, showing that the team can still hit strong numbers even without Dylan. But Sunna, Evelyn, Astra Yao was the second highest performing, though they did have a drop in points at 36,500 points in Shiyu defense and 32,600 points in deadly assault. That said, considering how hard it was to replace premium agents like Lighter or Dylan, the fact that these double support lineups were only a few thousand points away from their counterparts was very impressive. For anomaly focused teams though, Sunna, Yuzuha, and Miyabi performed pretty well with a 37,000 point scoreline in Shiyu defense, but their score was much lower at 24,000 in deadly assault. This felt pretty impressive though, since the team only had 2 out of 3 additional abilities activated, but meanwhile, though Sunna, Yuzuha, and Yanagi had a slightly lower 36,300 points in Shiyu defense and 22,000 points in deadly assault, what was even crazier here was the fact that Yuzuha was the only agent with her additional ability active, yet the team still managed to stay relatively close to the Miyabi setup and managed 20,000 plus points in deadly assault and over 33,000 points in Shiyu defense, despite missing so much of their kits. For a more accessible and free-to-play friendly setup though, Sunna, Billy, and Dylan put up a respectable 22,000 points in Shiyu defense and 22.7 thousand points in deadly assault, but on the other hand, Sunna, Korin, and Dylan also performed
В Москве произошло покушение на убийство генерал-лейтенанта ГРУ Владимира Алексеева. Его расстреляли в подъезде жилого дома на Волоколамском шоссе. Это не просто еще один российский генерал, убитый на фоне войны. Алексеев – знаковая фигура и для ГРУ, и для путинского режима в целом. Он связан с тайными операциями российской разведки за границей, включая отравление Скрипалей. Он сыграл свою роль в мятеже Евгения Пригожина, а затем занимался переделом наследия Пригожина. Сейчас непосредственный начальник Алексеева возглавляет российскую делегацию на переговорах с Украиной, так что расстрел генерала в Москве может повлиять и на мирный процесс. Давайте в этом видео разберемся, что произошло и какие у этого могут быть последствия. Уже десятки миллионов россиян пользуются VPN, и это хорошо. Есть одна проблема. Согласно исследованиям, большинство предпочитает бесплатный VPN. Чем это плохо? Во-первых, генерал-лейтенанта ГРУ Владимира Алексеева расстреляли на лестничной клетке жилого дома на Волоколамском шоссе. По данным издания The Insider, это произошло вот здесь, в ЖК Волоколамская, 24. По данным телеграм-канала Шот, киллер караулил генерала у лифтов и, когда тот вышел, сделал несколько выстрелов в спину. Очевидцы говорят, что вся лестничная площадка была залита кровью.
Шум, крики. Вот. Когда уже подошла к двери, увидела, что соседка, пострадавшая, вызывала полицию. Вот и все, поэтому больше ничего не видела.
Генерала отвезли в больницу в тяжелом состоянии. Пули задели жизненно важные органы. СМИ пишут, что у него 3 пулевых ранения в области груди, ну или вот по другим данным в области спины. На момент записи этого ролика не сообщалось о смерти генерала, но не исключено, что он не сможет пережить такие тяжелые ранения. Кстати, интересно, что киллер, видимо, не сделал контрольного выстрела в голову, так что у Алексеева были шансы выжить. Стрелявший в Алексеева скрылся. На момент записи этого ролика не было информации о его задержании. СК возбудил уголовные дела по части 3 статьи 30 и части 1 статьи 105 покушение на убийство и часть 1 статья 222 незаконный оборот огнестрельного оружия УК Российской Федерации. Генерал Владимир Алексеев – одна из самых авторитетных фигур в российской военной разведке. Он занимает пост первого заместителя начальника ГРУ. В 2017 году получил звание Героя Российской Федерации. Он родился в 1961 году в Винницкой области Украины, окончил Рязанское воздушно-десантное училище, возглавлял разведывательное управление Московского военного округа, потом Дальневосточного военного округа. Оттуда перешел на работу в центральный аппарат Главного разведывательного управления Генерального штаба Вооруженных сил Российской Федерации. До 2011 года Алексеев занимал должность начальника 14-го управления ГРУ. Специализация этого управления – специальная разведка, то есть добыча сведений непосредственно на территории противника, и руководство спецназом ГРУ. После этого он получил должность начальника штаба, первого заместителя начальника Главного управления. Алексеев принимал активное, но скрытое участие в гибридном вторжении в Украину с 2014 года, в том числе участвуя в работе ЧВК «Вагнер». А во время операции в Сирии Алексеев командовал действиями военных разведчиков. В 2016 году США внесли Алексеева в санкционные списки за злонамеренные действия в киберпространстве в связи с вмешательством в выборы в США и вредоносными кибератаками, так говорилось в официальных документах. Я напомню, что некоторые российские хакерские группировки, как считается, курируются ГРУ, и, вероятно, Алексеев имел к ним отношение. В 2019 году Алексеева также внесли в санкционные списки Евросоюза. Тут повод был уже другой. Его назвали ответственным за хранение, перевозку и применение яда «Новичок», которым в 2018 году в британском Солсбери отравили семью разведчика-перебежчика Скрипаля и британскую гражданку. То есть, как считают западные спецслужбы,
Last year, while promoting Superman, David Corenswet got wired up to a lie detector.
Have you ever lied about your height to make yourself seem taller than you are?
No, I don't think so.
That is a lie.
This Vanity Fair series is just the latest to use polygraphs as a fun plot device without really exploring how it all works or what all those squiggly lines mean. So I dove into a century of research to learn exactly how accurate these machines are.
Am I wrong that this is kind of better than I expected?
But can we trust them to uncover the lies of celebrities, criminals, and spies? Can they be beaten? And did David Corenswet really get caught in a lie about his height? I want to start by testing your ability. Are you a human lie detector? I'm going to show you 3 real videos of people asking for help after a loved one's mysterious disappearance. Can you tell which one is actually responsible for that disappearance? The videos are a little disturbing, so if you'd like to skip them, jump forward 30 seconds. Was lying at detecting. Chances are a lot of you will get that question wrong because it turns out humans are pretty bad at detecting lies, and there are hundreds of studies to back that up. A typical experiment puts a subject in front of a screen and they watch messages from 16 people they've never met.
And they've hired actors basically to tell lies.
Usually what they do is they recruit real people to either witness or commit a mock crime, like stealing some money from an office desk. Then they're interviewed about the crime on camera, and then the subject decides if what they heard was a truth or a lie.
It seems like in a study you wouldn't be able to create the emotional stakes that we have in real life around lies.
Yeah, and you'll see this throughout the research around lying. There's this huge trade-off between mimicking the real world and making an experiment you can actually control, meaning you know for sure who is lying. But when this review paper averaged together the results of hundreds of those well-controlled lab studies, they found that when people are randomly served true statements and lies, they get it right just 54% of the time. And that number doesn't seem to vary much from study to study. I did go and look for sort of a real-world version of this, and I came across Would I Lie to You? It's a British game show where celebrities tell stories.
I was once a body double for a head lice advert.
And then other celebrities can ask follow-up questions.
What do you mean a body double?
To try and win points by correctly spotting truths and lies.
We think it's a lie.
That's true.
This is not a good experimental setup. But it's very interesting to me that the results, if you look at the data, which I crunched, I found someone on Reddit who had gathered data from 16 seasons. I added in 2 more. And it turns out the contestants judged correctly 54% of the time, exactly matching those careful lab experiments.
That's really interesting.
If you break this number down further, I think you can get a little insight into humanity. When you look at all the true stories, these contestants judged 60% of them to be true. But when you look at all the lies, they only got it right 40% of the time. In other words, they tended to think most things were true. And this again matches what was found in the lab. 61% accuracy with truths, 47% accuracy with lies.
Because we just trust?
Mm-hmm.
You tend to trust? Oh, I like that.
It makes sense. Most of what we hear during the day isn't a lie, so we lean towards truth. And it's probably better just for social cohesion to err on the side of missing some lies if it means you avoid false accusations. But since we have this average accuracy of 54%, I'm guessing a lot of you didn't pick the liar out of this lineup. It was number 1. The question is there something we can do to get better at detecting lies? But before I answer that question, I want to thank our sponsor, Cometeer. When I'm in a groove reading papers or working long hours or spend a ton of time grinding this episode, they have roasters in the strength. I like that the machine water or milk is you haven't or by following the link in our description. Can you train yourself to be better at body language cues, etc.?
Body language cues.
You know, obviously there's a bunch of TV shows where this is the premise.
The body contradicts the words. He's lying. There are these things called micro expressions.
I could just tell
when anyone is lying.
It's very tempting, you know, to think that you could master this.
Yeah, I obviously have never told a lie, but, you know, when you lie, Joss, you notice things about yourself. You're like, oh, I'm not doing this quite naturally. Right. And so you think, oh, of course, someone else would be able to pick up on that. Law enforcement officials often claim their training gives them special abilities.
You know, I told you they stick at all those fancy schools. You just lied to me. No, yeah.
Lots of police testimony includes references to subtle clues that betray deception. A popular one is that liars look up and to the right. In 2012, a very thorough paper that features one of my favorite scientific figures of all time
Figure one.
found that this type of eye movement wasn't significantly different between liars and truth tellers. This review paper gathered studies on a bunch of other signals, the way people talk or act, visible changes in their bodies. The vast majority of these behavioral cues were no different between truth tellers and liars. So things like blinking, fidgeting, smiling, making eye contact, avoiding eye contact. Then there are some cues that are reliable, but most of them seem a little obvious. True stories are more plausible and personal, and truth tellers correct themselves more often. Liars sound more uncertain. They're more likely to repeat things and stray off topic. And there's just one nonverbal cue that made my list. Liars' pupils dilate more.
I was wondering about this because I remember pupillometry being sort of a measure that's been applied in various psychological studies. It seems like one of those involuntary giveaways of arousal.
Right. But even for the clearest cues, there's overlap between liars and truth tellers. And maybe more importantly, training people to recognize those cues doesn't seem to improve their accuracy in a meaningful way. Studies show that while cops often believe they're good at sniffing out liars, they're usually no more accurate in detecting deception than students and other citizens. But what if there are cues that we're not able to easily see? What if liars were betrayed by their own bodies, and the right sensitive technology could objectively measure those signals? That's the premise behind lie detectors. One of the earlier lie detectors was built by this guy, William Moulton Marston, a psychologist with a law degree and a writer of historical erotica. His prototype measured blood pressure with a cuff around the arm and translated that input into a continuous line of ink on a scroll of paper. He tested it on soldiers at a World War I training camp in 1918. He'd put them in a room with valuables that they had the option to steal and then hide in their barracks, and then they were interrogated while hooked up to the device. Marston noted that blood pressure rose when people lied, and just by watching those wobbles, he claimed to identify 94% of thieves. Across the country, a Berkeley cop named John Larson was the first to regularly use a polygraph for police work. His device continually measured blood pressure and breathing, thanks to a strap across the chest. And he first tested it at a girl's dorm that had seen a string of unsolved thefts. He interviewed 14 young women, victims, suspects, and random boarders, and when Larson asked a woman named Helen Graham about the theft, he saw a sudden shudder in her readings. Helen got angry and quickly ended the interview, but days later, after hours of interrogation, she confessed to the crime, dropped out of school, and went home to Kansas. For Larson, it was the start of good things. He actually ended up marrying the very first woman he had interviewed, and his polygraphs from other cases were soon splashed across newspapers. He called his device a cardiopneumocytogram, but the press went with lie detector. The public ate it up, and so did Hollywood.
Would you be willing to take a lie detector test?
In this 1948 film, the examiner isn't an actor. It's John Larson's enthusiastic protege, Leonard Keeler, who I'm delighted to report went by Nard. He was the first to patent a polygraph machine, and his design is remarkably similar to the one still used today. We've still got blood pressure and breathing, though today there's typically 2 lines from a strap around the chest and 1 around the abdomen.
And the electrodes record the changes in electrical conductivity of the skin,
which is otherwise known as sweating.
So these are all just gauges for your nervous system?
Yeah, these various sympathetic nervous system responses that we associate with fight or flight manifest as a bunch of different changes that examiners are trained to recognize. For example, nervous, fast, shallow breathing will show up as smaller peaks that are closer together. So that's the machine, but the most important part of the test is actually the design of the interview. Here's a typical question sequence adapted from an actual government training manual. They often start with an obvious question.
Are you now in South Carolina?
Is your name Frank Wecheck?
Are you from Rye, New York?
These just help the examiner make sure the machine is recording usable signals. I assume this baseline would be used as a reference point to determine lies, but that's not right. That's the job of comparison questions. These are generic questions about vague misdeeds that are designed to make anyone, guilty or innocent of the target crime, feel a little nervous.
Did you ever steal anything from someone who trusted you?
Finally, there are the relevant questions about the actual crime.
Did you steal any of Charlie's money?
In theory, a guilty person's reaction to the relevant questions should be greater than the surrounding comparison questions, while an innocent person, who can answer truthfully and confidently, should have a smaller reaction. And this is one of the ways that I think the Vanity Fair episodes are not really hewing to the official strategy. I have reached out to Vanity Fair, and they declined to talk to me. But as far as I can tell, they aren't using comparison questions or waiting until after the test to determine lies, which is standard practice. They just announce it right away.
That's not true. A lie.
Lie again.
Still, the Vanity Fair interviews convey the basic idea. Subtle changes in our bodies are supposed to help identify truths and lies. That's what Nard was selling, and that's what screenwriters were buying.
They're giving him the lie detector test. The lie detector. Lie detector. Lie detector. Lie detector test.
Anytime you need to quickly eliminate a suspect,
Ridgway passed the polygraph.
Harris passed the polygraph.
And he passed.
Passed.
Pass the polygraph twice.
but there's one important detail that only a few of these scripts mention.
The result of a lie detector test isn't admissible evidence.
Polygraphs aren't allowed in most courtrooms. Way back in 1923, Marston tried to get one of his tests entered as evidence, but the judge said the device didn't have enough scientific acceptance. And courts have upheld and reaffirmed that precedent again and again. Marston was beaten in court, but he eventually triumphed in fiction. He went on to create the character Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman!
She was partly inspired by one of Marston's partners, seen here assisting him with the test while wearing her signature bracelets. Wonder Woman was also equipped with a lasso of truth.
The lasso of Hestia compels you to reveal the truth.
And in a comic written by Marston, this lie detector finally got its day in court. Why don't real judges welcome real lie detectors into their courtrooms? Well, perhaps you've already spotted 4 problems with this system.
We know by now that there is no Pinocchio's nose, right? There is no one thing that every liar does.
And these signals that polygraphs pick up aren't exclusively signs of lying, but of stress.
Imagine that you're not guilty, but you're there as a suspect and you're interviewed. Maybe you're nervous because you're afraid of not being believed. And you show exactly these kinds of signs.
If that person was just asked, hey, did you commit a murder? Like, an innocent person would also be
I'm really dissatisfied that she's deals way too much damage. She doesn't feel as dynamic as she should. Don't have any fever. I don't know. Don't care. What's this store? I'm not sure. Hello, Zero. It's fine. Elect. Didn't pay attention. Very dissatisfied. Somewhat satisfied. Okay. It's ugly compared to what she usually wears. It's better. It's fine. Wow. I don't know. My phone still doesn't want to play the game. Recommendations. Yay! I got the survey. No, I feel like I should just switch to Endfield. Because Endfield is really a PogChamp.
He kind of freaked out by that.
Being interrogated, yeah.
That panic could spike on a relevant question and trigger a false alarm. Now, people have tried to build better lie detectors based on different signals like brain activity or voice recordings.
The technology, I mean, it works fine. It might detect stress in a voice. The problem, however, is it doesn't detect lie.
Right, it's just a different signal. Instead of blood pressure, it's the voice, and so that has all the same problems of I could be nervous about something else.
Exactly.
So George, how do I beat this lie detector?
Remember, it's not a lie. If you believe it.
There's lots of reasons that your subject might be telling you a lie, but they actually believe that. Maybe they're misinformed or misremembering. Maybe they have some mental issue. Jack Ruby, who killed the assassin Lee Harvey Oswald, demanded a polygraph test to prove he hadn't been in cahoots with Oswald, and he passed. But investigators believe that there was no validity to the results because everyone agreed
that Mr. Ruby is of unsound mind and is incapable of conducting his own affairs.
This dataset contains 5 years of polygraph tests used by the Washington State Patrol to screen potential job applicants.
Do you have what it takes?
Are they just trying to find the kind of person who lies, or are they looking for people who are lying about something in particular?
They're looking for people who are lying about past crimes, drug use, in some cases on this list, sexual contact with animals.
Because you don't want to hire a state trooper who's ever the sheep, like something like that.
Exactly.
Do you have what it takes?
To examine.
Oh God. Can you just fucking remember my sound settings? Maybe, but to do that, I need to do the quest. Oh.
Traces. They might be hers. She's been here. Are these the traces she left behind? I should scan these traces and track her down.
Hello, little fella. Wanna help look for my memories?
This long ear seems connected to her.
Move those legs and run, Black Ears. The city's lost and the fire burns near. Hey, slow down! Not so fast! Time to go home, little white ears. Curl up and doze in your furnace lair. Huh, you stopped. Couldn't find it anymore? All right, little one. I guess you don't want to leave your home too far behind. But what about my home? Are these childhood impressions real? Or are they just false fairy tales? Where did I really come from?
She's looking for memories of home. My childhood and home. Where are those memories buried? Who was I? Before I became the administrator.
Where should I go next?
I should follow. What's over there?
Mysterious rounds cause of volcanic disaster in Ruscom's borders. Some demon phenomena vanish. Mentioned by a mystery figure suspected. Northern Sami reports demon activity. Phenomena lasted 3 days before. It was sudden high temperature. Incineration. Witnesses claim a girl holding a flaming great sword appeared in the woods, reducing all humans to ash. Her identity remains unknown. Bellany village main incident solved. Regionum slugs to blame. Investigation the cause of the recent emergency. Meaning has been confirmed. Official state.
Burning demons, dealing with disasters. Did she do all this?
Poor demons.
These old records are useless. They tell me nothing about who I am. Time to look elsewhere.
She still didn't find her memories. But does my role as the administrator really tell me who I actually am? And how did I become the administrator that Jenner, Andre, and all those people remember?
Can't quit here. I should keep looking.
She went over there.
The trail has gone cold. If I can't find my way home... no. The annoying stuff is messing with my memories. Gotta get myself an ice cream break. I really needed that. What? I'm down to the last popsicle? If only they had a furnace for candy-flavored ice cream.
Threat at the cradle of the ages eliminated. Residual anomalous originium reaction. To temporarily close these areas on our now.
The cradle of the ages. Perhaps another gateway to memories can be created there.
Where's she going? She's left.
Trying to separate her current self from the self that was in her implanted memories.
A lifeless cradle and the ruins of the Great Oak. This feels like the cradle of the ages.
Thank goodness. You finally picked up the call, Endman.
Yeah, I found trails of that red-haired Sarkaz girl in Valley 4.
Great. I've also uncovered something new in the Rhodes Island archives. It's an HR dossier on a particular operator from the Age of Terra. Red-haired Sarkaz, fire, and a sword. The appearance and abilities of this operator match your descriptions. Her name is Surtur. What you saw is probably Lavitane, a reconvener with close ties to Surtur.
So that's who she is.
Records from Rhodes Island also mention that Surtur suffered from memory impairment. She had chronic polymnestic disorder and never knew which of her memories truly belonged to her. When she first opened her eyes, she only saw the ruins of a small town, solidified lava, and a sword of unknown origins in her hands. Her mind was filled with all sorts of fragmented memories. She could not answer who she was, where she was from, or what she wanted to do. Surtur was later recruited by Rhodes Island. She spent plenty of time in solo operations in search of her memories.
Did she find them?
No, if we're just looking at the Rhodes Island archives. As for Lavatane, after her awakening on Talos 2, she continued her search for her actual memories, just like Surtur had done. She hasn't been in contact with Rhodes Island for quite a while.
And who is that shadow that looks like her?
Endman, I've made a few deductions of my own. Lavatane may have started on the wrong trail. The further she goes into the protocol space, the less likely she is to find her memories. She might even encounter unknown threats. Her injuries will only get worse with each attempt.
That explains her old wounds.
I need to ask you for a favor, Endman. Please, help her. You're the only one we have right now with unrestricted access into the protocol space.
Of course. Leave it to me. She probably went to the Cradle of the Ages.
But if we jump,
Only by walking up.
so nothing. Oh well. I did repair it.
I sense danger. This one won't go down easily.
Okay. No. Bye-bye.
Hope I can find her.
Your savior triumphing.
Rodan?
Help! Will Endfield come and save us?
We must call the Endmen.
Trash! Scream all you want! She'll never come! No one leaves here alive! I'm burning you to cinder!
Stop right there!
So the boss!
impossible. I've defeated him already.
Then we just silence him again.
Levitate?
Okay, that's weird.
Careful! The real enemies are behind the illusions! Get crushed! Take this! Be consumed! Flash! We meet again, Endmin. I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Took the question out of my mouth. I had nothing to do with that big noisy dude. Wow, so you couldn't remember what just happened? Memories aren't always true. Sometimes they are replaced by deceptive illusions. And this place has plenty of false memories. Don't you remember? I'm after the shadow that took my memories. Anyway, you better stay with me. These twisted beings are created from your memories. And since you don't know how to tell the truth apart yet, things can get pretty dangerous. Seems like you've learned of my identity. You're the first person who managed to pull that off. Very well. From this point forth, you shall be my fellow companion in this journey of memory search. Don't you want to find your memories? Interested in me, huh? But isn't that because deep down, you're curious and hopeful about finding your own memories?
Well... Is that my...
memory of your own? But I gotta correct you on something. This isn't about understanding your memories. It's more like understanding your amnesiac self. Go take a look. We should be able to find some traces.
I really dislike how this is positioned.
That's Tata.
Tata? Now that's a lovely name.
So, play it safe, okay? Don't break my baby bot again.
Wait. Something's wrong.
This is a falsehood?
And obviously it is.
What's this? Take this! Hey-ya! Incinerate! Melting! So this is Tata? So what we're seeing here is a reflection of your inner fears. And I thought the Administrator, Guardian of the Civilization Band, would be someone with ironclad resolution. The real one turned out... A worrisome soul, afraid of something. You fear failing your mission. I totally did not do that. I just felt you're no longer that distant or unfamiliar anymore. In fact, I can even say you're actually quite... whatevs. It's nothing to be concerned about. Everyone's scared of something. Do I look like someone without emotions? Let's keep moving. Follow the trail.
That's Andre and Jenner.
I didn't expect the Endmen to be back.
I haven't seen the planter of the Great Oak for many years, but...
Having lost so many memories and powers, I don't know if the Endmen can continue to lead us.
The Endman is no longer the hero who saved us. Perhaps it is wrong to expect the Savior to appear twice.
They don't trust me.
Quite the sensitive soul, aren't you?
But...
Are those two friends of yours? And does that make you worried? Why is that? Then did you ever share these thoughts with others?
I'm afraid that Perlica, Chen, and many others would be disappointed and lose faith because of my failings. I'm afraid that Nefereth will be emboldened by my weakness.
That's why you kept playing the role of a powerful and resolute administrator. Even though you've got no idea who you actually are.
Yeah. I don't even know who I actually am.
You're doing a pretty good job already. I'll be honest with you. I've been dealing with the same issue. I'm afraid I won't know who I really am. I have the fire, a sword, and a name. However, I have no memories, no stories, and no past to speak of. I'm afraid the only thing I have is the name Lavitane. And beyond that, I have nothing. I am nothing but an empty shell.
An empty shell. Maybe I'm the same thing.
No, you're different. You have a mission and you fight for it, while This feels like we're competing for the title of Chief Amnesiac. Two souls with lost memories, getting worried and trying to make the other feel better. Can't think of a sadder story than this. That's why we're fellow companions, right? So, my fellow companion, time to finally reveal the answer.
I really should be making new memories, you know? Oops.
The old me before the amnesia planted a great oak here.
So that's the old you? But you probably should take a closer look.
Use this electric pipe.
This is something unrelated to the memories.
Okay. As you say. It's really unfortunate. This one it doesn't look great.
I planted this oak to secure the continuation of life and civilization. To rescue your new homes from the brink of death. To pave a path that leads to the future. Though years have passed, I remain bereft of my doom. The seeds of justice and benevolence yielded nothing. Nothing save your base instincts of greed and malice, and your perpetual propensity for envy and hatred.
We have sinned.
Deliver us!
Help us escape this nightmare.
Ew, that's the old you?
Maybe not, I guess.
And why do you deserve the salvation I bring?
Just give us a chance. Are you still the savior? Have we lost all hope?
Pay for your sins.
What was my past actually like?
Seems like you're not ready for this.
Oh well.
No.
attack string can be cancelled.
No second chance.
Be consumed! Be consumed! Melting flame! Be consumed! Inferno burn! 2 ready to strike! Face your end! There's no escape! Flash! I shall cremate darkness!
Sorry, I hesitated a bit.
For people like us, facing the past can be quite a challenge. Don't blame yourself too much. You figured it out at the last moment. Huh, that's true. I would have hated that almighty savior and that stupid speech. I'd rather have you like this.
Thanks. But I still have one question. Does this version of me count as the true administrator?
And I got another question in return. Who am I?
Hey, I asked first.
Who am I?
All right, Lava Chain.
Reconvener?
Yeah?
Yes, you are Surtur's.
Surtur. She left me nothing but a jumbled heap of memories. Other reconveners with their memories know who they could be, what they should do, but I got nothing except delusional memories. Like someone stranded at sea, parched. Got water everywhere, but none of it quenches your thirst. I guess they woke you up, said you are their endman, then instantly got you in all sorts of mess, right?
It really feels like I'm trying to become someone else.
Yet that someone else is but yourself.
Yeah.
Getting trapped by the past, and doing everything you can to break out of it. I got the same problems. So, since Surtur didn't give me an answer, I decided to look for it myself. If you're confused, then just look around for the lost memories. Then you can see what the true Endman was like.
Memories. Can they be found that easily?
If the two of us work together, the search might be a little easier.
Together?
As your companion, I shall help you find your lost memories. Consider this a promise. So, Endman, have anything to say to that?
Where are we going next?
Next location, next protocol space. Since you're around, we probably end up finding something for once.
Okay then, let's go.
Levitate?
I'm still in Valley 4. Where did she go?
Next location, next protocol space.
Lavatine may have started on the wrong trail. The further she goes into the protocol space, the less likely she is to find her memories. She might even encounter unknown threats.
Very well. From this point forth, you shall be my fellow companion in this journey of memory search. As your companion, I shall help you find your lost memories. Consider this a promise.
Her injuries will only get worse with each attempt.
I can't just leave her alone. Gotta find her quickly. I should inform Perlica and ask her for help.
Endman, we just received the data from you. You actually found Lavatine. Good work.
But she is very determined.
Even though she knew she was a reconvener, she insisted on searching for those memories. I understand why she's doing this, Endman, and it won't be easy to persuade someone like her.
I just lost contact and couldn't locate her trail. Can you help me find her?
I see. Hold on. Fiona just analyzed traces of Lavatine's originium reactions and protocol space fluctuations. Her trail is already deep within the protocol space.
So, is there any way to enter that protocol space and find her? Maybe we can use the protocol singularity again.
That's quite a bold idea, Endman. I know you're very worried and concerned. But your plan needs data of originium reactions directly associated with Lavatine. Did she visit other places? I
can look around in Valley 4.
Personally? All right. I'll call Director Chin right away and get her and the hub base to back you up.
Greetings, Endman. I heard you're looking for a red-haired Sarkaz girl.
That's right.
According to the data from Supervisor Perlica, this girl usually carries a greatsword, is a skilled pyromancer, and often leaves burn marks wherever she goes. We did have recent reports of strange sightings in the valley. I'll sync the witnesses' data to you right away.
I'll go talk to them now.
Director Chin, your work is much appreciated. Endman, please head back to Dijong once you've gathered enough data. Fiona and I will make the preparations in the meantime. I'll be waiting at the stasis core.
Witnesses. They might be in the hub.
Looking for me, Endman? Yes, I did. I recently made a delivery to the Originium Science Park. But my car broke down halfway and the landbreakers ambushed me. Thankfully, that fine lady appeared. She literally slashed right through the landbreakers' axes. Here's a record from that day.
Oh, Endman. You want to talk?
A bit.
Oh, I remember her. I got a temporary assignment at the quarry. I, miscalculated the explosive payload. I was in a shaft with a mining crew, and we got trapped by falling rocks. everyone got really depressed and began writing their wills. Lucky for us, the huge stone blocking the exit was cut right in half. That must have been the work of your red-haired girl. No mistake about that. Here, the report of that incident. Endman, Director Chin told me you're looking for this type of burn mark. I did. In fact, I was the one who submitted the reports about these markings. I found them at the Blight Cliff observation post. We also found plenty of Angelos remains at that place. It must have been a terrifying battle. Someone literally burned those Angeloi with incredibly hot flames. This is a set of data we collected.
This should be enough. Time to return to Dijon.
Endman, you're back. Finding Lavatane in the protocol space is theoretically feasible, but risky too. Your physical condition has got me a little concerned. Understood. Fiona and I just completed a plan. Simply put, Lavatane would have looked for a suitable rift opening. Then, by using memories as a clue, she would have forcibly entered the matching protocol space. The recent ether activities of Valley 4 gave her an opportunity. This is why she got in touch with you, Endman. We can use the same method, with the protocol singularity and your abilities. By following traces of Lavatane's originium reactions, you can locate the protocol space she went to. Yes, both the protocol space and reconveners are somehow related to you. Your thorough search is definitely going to help us locate her.
Endman, we finished analyzing the parameters of Lavatane's originium reactions. You're good to go anytime.
Please keep Lavatane safe and bring her back here. Most importantly, make sure you return safely as well, Endman. You're here, Endman. Didn't keep me waiting for too long. It's nothing. Just walked a long way before coming here. Found nothing so far, but that wouldn't stop me. What about you? Then we should make good on our promise and start our memory search together. Then it's a deal.
Let's go. I don't think we should stay here.
No, really. Just like that.
This place.
See anything familiar? Then let's look around and see what they have. I know. But an injured body is hardly a concern when compared with broken memories. Instincts tell me that the answers I seek can be found here. I never dwell on a clue that came too late. I just keep going and never turn back. That's how I'll find my true self. Indeed, we shall press forward together.
What the real enemies
Is this war going to last? How long is this war going to last? I wanna go. Carlos too.
Come play with me. Hi, pretty lady. What flowers do you like? Just take them.
Thank you. Ginny, is that the name of this child?
Come play with me. We can make colors from the petals and draw everyone. Do you like flowers?
Flowers. I remember something. A time when there was no fire, nor battles, nor a sword by my side. It was the most idyllic moment I remember, where the wind was soft and the meadows were quiet. I took my naps at that place. Petals brushed against my face, carrying a subtle fragrance. Ironically, this is just one of the many fragments that do not belong to me. Yet, it is also one of the very few beautiful memories carried within my mind.
So, have you seen flowers that make you happy?
In the ice field. Yes. Ice field.
That doesn't count. That place has no flowers. No! Only scary pipe-faced people live there. Huh. Would you consider that your own happiness? Don't give up. Keep looking around.
After all this walking, I hardly met anything that can be considered happy.
Maybe it's just at the next stop.
Feel a bit. Immediately, my memory have fighting you. Have you fighting by myself?
I wanna go home. How long is this war going to last?
The annoying peeps are here.
Zip it, or I'm burning you to ash right now. Is this your enemy? Enemies. My memories have plenty of enemies. All I felt were instilled fury, shame, frustration. Perhaps.
You, administrator, huh? Why treat us as your enemy? Still dreaming about your lies? We will bury you, savior. Your struggles are useless!
These seem like your memories at Talos too. Pretty interesting, but they've got nothing to do with me.
Perhaps you can leave something on Talos too as well.
That's the only response that I read. Unfortunately.
We must look to the future.
What's up with you?
We must look to the future. We need Endfield.
Welcome home, Endman.
What is this place? Home. A place welcoming you back, even when you've forgotten about it. But I found none of this in my memories.
poor Endman, forced to tag along with your shenanigans. After all this diving in the protocol space, you still ended up with nothing.
And it's time to reclaim my memories.
Don't you understand, Lavatane? Your happiness is false. Your hatred is false. Even the thing you've been searching for is false.
But what are you?
This is why you'll never find home. You're just an empty shell. A pretty husk without a soul.
An empty shell?
The past of Surtur isn't your concern.
Lavertine, are you all right?
Why are you going against me?
I've never opposed you. You're the one who keeps hurting yourself. I'm only trying to protect you. What you're seeking will destroy you. Since you started doubting who you are and longing for your memories, I have existed. You'll never find something that you never owned. Such is your fate. You can only abandon yourself and live on as a mere tool. Give up. Why not stop resisting and just take one of these fragments and treat it as yours?
What a load of crock. Give up?
Well then, let's see what you can walk away with after you reach Surtur's home. Since you insist so stubbornly and foolishly, I'll let you take the path of self-destruction. Go to Casta. Go to her home.
Lavertine, are you...
Must look to the future. We need Endfield. We must look to the future. We need Endfield.
Can we chat again? For some reason, I can't move my camera when I'm going through a door. It's really annoying.
This is slowing me down. Even if this is going to take my life, nothing's more important than finding the truth in my memories. I can sense the whereabouts of Surtur's home. It's close. But time's running out. I gotta act quickly.
Wait! She's gone.
What are you looking at? She? Tell me about her colors and shades. Oh, I know. It's her. She brought the warlike hues and walked amongst us. Go forth and catch up to her.
don't recognize you. What brings you here? And what is the name of this someone you're looking for? I'm afraid this is the wrong place to learn about yourself. That's not her. The entity no longer belongs to this place. A visitor bearing this name left the ruins in a hurry and gave nothing but a sigh. Go catch up to her, but watch the deep beneath your feet.
What are you looking at? She? Tell me about her. There isn't anyone with that color. I only remember the spotless blue skies of Sami after snow. Never seen that before. I only remember tender green shoots watered by snowmelt. Oh, I know. Go forth.
You're finally here. The girl bearing fire. Why is she here? No. She's more than willing to harm herself in her own pursuits. That's her. And she's asking everyone if they had seen a girl with her likeness. Make yourself a guest at her home, but be quick. She is very exhausted.
Can I just talk again and ask for what's the vengeance thing?
Civil war has erupted, and the fighting's spreading here.
I know. They're settling the old scores, and the children might not be spared. They need me to forge their weapons. But our child...
She's so young. We might not be able to avoid this disaster, but for her sake...
Stop crying already. Otherwise, a Wendigo will appear in the night and eat you up.
Don't scare her like that. It's her birthday tomorrow. She hasn't seen the outside world before.
Once she gets older, the sun might shine over this place again. But now, I'm sorry, my love.
Cease this pursuit, and don't be like Lavatown. She ignores the risks of overreaching, and will get herself killed.
I will bring her out safely.
You already know what's going to happen to Lavatown. Why risk diving into the deep? Who is she to you? Do not go any further. She wants to rest. Let her sleep.
Oh, yeah! Take this! Engage! Yeah!
on my own. It's really annoying.
You found me. I arrived at Surtur's home, but I only saw a girl whose name has been lost. A refugee escaping the fires of war. A hand stinging and burning from the scorching heat. A family and home in the dust that I do not recognize. And many other things. I have seen every memory fragment of this place, but found nothing. None of them can tell me who I am. I want to keep going, but where else could I go? I don't want to live out my life as an empty shell.
No, you are not an empty shell. I bear witness to your existence.
My existence?
You are my companion. You ended my confusion and taught me to see through falsehoods. I remember your name, your fire, and your pursuit for the truth. All these belong to Lavatane and no one else.
But isn't this search for memories the sole reason I exist?
No. It's self-discovery that gives you meaning. And I can help you. Do not give up.
You consumed yourself to stabilize my existence. Why? You've just awakened, and you're fighting a powerful enemy.
Because I promised to help you recover your memories. And helping another chief amnesiac like me goes without saying.
This is Surtur's answer.
Let's take it.
What are you doing here? It's just weird, is it? Can't switch the character.
Your condition?
My leg's a little heavy, but I'm okay. It's nice having you around, Endman.
We're fellow companions, after all.
What else did Surtur leave behind? Farron Machard? I don't care. Just shut up. care how many people wielded you before. I'll be the last of them. From now on, you shall only follow one voice. Surtur's voice. My voice. And if you dare order me around, I will annihilate you completely. With your own powers. Good. You're finally behaving. Now you can say goodbye to the flaming giant you once were. You're joining my journey. We'll eat good food and beat up people who have it coming. Journeys and adventures. Did she actually give up her memory search because of these?
We still have a lot of time together ahead of us. Keep your faith in my sword, right? Just wait for me outside and guard the entrance. It hurt. Ouch. My palm's scratched. Never thought there would be a day I got distracted enough to get ambushed by Originium slugs.
Is there any code name you want?
Just call me Surtur.
Clinical analysis has confirmed that you are infected with erypathy. Cell originium assimilation is at 1%. No signs of infection on the surface of the body. Blood originium crystal density is at 0.1 units per liter, but originium arts assimilation...
I don't know how to wield arts. But I can deal with all sorts of problems. Need a demo?
That won't be necessary. We have a good understanding of your potential. Welcome to Rhode Island.
I just hope you won't bore me.
Don't worry. Our clauses and terms are not restrictive.
This is when she joined Rhodes Island. She treated these memories with great importance. You guys really helped me out in that battle. Thanks, medics. Seaside holiday. And the beachwares, for me, my past memories seem to be drifting away. But this doesn't feel bad. I'm more than happy to fill my head up with freshly made memories. You actually can feel the cold. That means more ice cream is coming your way.
Ridiculous. But why is the sensation so comforting?
Apologies, Operator Surtur. The cafeteria pantry is out of ice cream. But an emergency batch is being made right now. Just wait a minute.
It's okay. I can wait.
Surtur! Where's your next field operation?
Laterano, I think.
Are you going there to validate some memories?
No. I just heard about their fancy ice cream machines. Gonna try them out. All the frustrations and pain from the memories. This is how they ended in peace. Better make some space. I'm bringing souvenirs back to Rhodes Island. The memories since I came to Rhodes Island feel so different. They are more real. Are you trying to say I can rely on you too?
Congratulations on your first anniversary at Rhodes Island. Do you like it here?
Rhodes Island is your home. And we prepped 3 crates of ice cream that can be claimed at the procurement department. There won't be any failed operations this week, so enjoy your break.
Rhodes Island. A place that welcomes me home whenever I want. A place that lets me do what I want.
We know you like the thrill of freedom, so we got you a skateboard as a gift.
A special lava slug blood brew cocktail, super cooled with liquid nitrogen. Don't worry, it's safe. No crazy chemical reagents were added this time, I think. Interested in an after party at One More Shot? Or enjoy the fresh air on the top deck?
This place is my home. So why should I obsess about finding the last one I had?
This album is an anthology of all the operations we did together. If you have trouble finding your past, just know that everyone's here for your future.
It seems that people without a past can also choose to live in the present. So that's how you answered the question, Searcher. If I saw this at the moment of my awakening, would I choose a different path?
It's a shame, but it also gave you the freedom of choice. You get to choose how to go beyond the memories.
Choice. She chose to love Rhodes Island as home. I think I understand that sensation. A noisy place filled with hassles, but it's also warm and interesting. That's why she gave up, 'cause finding the past is no longer that important. But I'm different. I haven't found the people or things to make me give up those memories. I can't find my own Rhodes Island on Talos 2.
Perhaps you can find your own Endfield.
Making your move already? Never expected you to be the cunning type, Endmin.
Only if you're willing.
I'll accept your invitation.
Looks like you've sorted things out.
This is just the beginning. Whether I can free myself from this mire of memory will depend on what I discover at Endfield.
I give you my word as administrator. Endfield will become your home.
Home. All right. I'll see how you make good on this promise.
This is...
Don't look back. The memories behind are of no use.
Yep. Oh, okay.
Keep running and jump! Looks like a malicious being is remaking this maze of memories. Now it wants to keep us. Memories aren't easily cast aside. They resurface as enemies. Be prepared to fight the past. If our minds fail to escape quickly enough, they might be trapped here forever. Memories, I must bid you adieu now.
I didn't jump, I just fell down.
This is a lost fragment of mine.
Engage! Incinerate! Yikes! Perish! Be consumed! Yeah!
When you drop a mirror, it breaks into shards that can cut. It's a shame to abandon what I've been seeking. But if I have to, let's just burn them all to ashes. Incinerate! Yeah! Tread carefully. Try not to drown in the depths of memories.
Perfect.
What's at the bottom of this?
End of the maze. And a confluence of all remaining memories. Perhaps we can treat it as our final goodbye. Hendman, why do reconveners need another person's memories from the past? And what about me? What about my memories? That's probably a reason exclusive to me. Well then, let's make this a worthy spectacle. We just need to do one thing. Sever all ties to the residues of the past. Set them alight till they become ash. Let everything burn. I shall cremate darkness. Melting flip. Let that twilight burn! Incinerate! Melting flame! Incinerate! Be consumed! Incinerate! Melting flame!
It seems you've made your choice. Do you really think that's enough to make you yourself? You abandon the past, but these memories will never let you go.
Nice location.
Go ahead and try my past.
It's not in the past.
Show's over. Let that twilight burn.
Where's Levitain?
Hey, Endman. Remember your promise? You only delivered half.
Which half?
The half about me.
So you...
Take me to Dijang. I'll keep my promise. Wherever I go, whatever happens. So, this is Dijang. Show me the places we saw in that maze. It's quite different from Rhodes Island. Excellent. Yes, for a new beginning. From now on, I shall be Levitain and fulfill the promise made to my fellow companion. I know. So, you gotta make new memories for me. I can be your operator, your sword, and your fire.
I see.
But in return, I demand a unique journey, a unique adventure, and a unique home. That will give me an Endfield of my own, a place where I can forget about my memories. What? That's too much for you?
This place won't disappoint you, Levitain.
Neither will I disappoint you, Endman.
Where do the winds hail from today, Endman?
Recent equipment fault that resulted in several cases of injuries.
They should take extra precautions and avoid these repair-related accidents.
Okay. Plenty of headhunting attempts to get. Nope.
Well, we meet again. Got an engineering problem? Put it out and consider it fixed. And I will be even happier if there's canteen work for me.
Ops.
Catcher. Enter. Catcher.
Captain.
Always believed that you will lead us upon the right path once more.
Urgent recruitment. I'm giving multiple. Let's start with this. Nope.
Captain Akakura. Opsy 7.
I have always believed that you will lead us upon the right path once.
Why do I have to do this again? Greetings, Administrator. I'm Estella. And please don't give me physically intensive assignments. Thank you.
Well,
Greetings. I'm your operator from Rhodes Island. What?
Catch.
always believed... What?
Huh? We meet again. Yeah.
Attempts. Okay, let's hopefully get level 8 now. Nope.
Captain!
No singles.
Catcher, Op Team Z7. My role is giving the team cup. Catcher, Op Team Z7. My role is giving the team...
Well, well, look who it is. The legendary Endministrator. I picked up a couple of whispers on my way here. Curious to know which one's the most accurate. Since you don't know me well yet, here's my offer. How about I tell you a secret in exchange for a little something about you? What do you reckon? Z7 Skirmisher, Fluoride. Got anything to say?
Why do I have to do this again? Why do I have to do this again?
Anta of Op Z7 reporting for duty. I've studied...
How you doing, Edmund? Interested in sparring with me?
Recent equipment fault have resulted in several cases of injury.
extra precautions and avoid these repair-related accidents.
We might be running low on liquid hydrogen. Gotta get it restocked. I don't see anything happening. How do these things float in midair?
We've used plenty for all.
Still waiting for something?
Up the medical report.
Operator Prolica, standing by.
Yo. So cool.
We spend all our grand again. Any suggestions?
The Chief Logistics Office is also sending an audit team.
21 hours. 12. Seventy. 3 already here.
Where did my ID go? I think I took that spending our grand.
I got something new for you. Operator's ID card.
I'm really sorry.
Signed by Mr. Andre himself. Secret reason.
Operation Team Z7 reporting in. The operations dossier, budget summary, and action plan are ready for review.
Catcher, Op Team Z7.
C7 Skirmisher, Fluoride. Got it.
Hitchcock liaison, reporting in for duty. My name, I mean my codename's last right. Just call me that.
Well, is there anything else left? Oh, there's not. Let's leave it as it is.
Still waiting for something?
What's your stats? Strength and will. HP.
No problem, as long as it's hefty enough.
I'm pissed off. Это гача. I guess.
Greetings, Emily. Is there another assignment?
Secret? I heard yes.
I should go for пограничник.
Be careful when walking around Dijiang, Professor. There are all sorts.
Off we go. No time to waste.
On it. We song seekers never rest.
Up. So close to getting it. Yep. Okay.
An efficient assignment. I shall do my best.
Orders received. I've tagged them as my top mission priorities.
Understood. I shall throw in 10 times the effort. No, I mean 120 times.
What the fuck? I dislike the person. Like literally 180 from the Leviathan's one.
Recent equipment faults have resulted in several cases of breakage. They shall take extra.
Gacha experience. And literally just gacha experience.
Were particularly busy, each conducting about 1,000 tests. One failed just 7% of applicants, the other 22%. These different examiners had different thresholds they were using for catching a liar. And if polygraph results depend on the examiner, if they're subjective, you can easily imagine how their personal biases might start to creep in.
It seems like it would be easy to beat.
One way is to increase your response to the comparison questions so that the real response doesn't meet that threshold.
You do some countermeasures, meaning maybe you bite your tongue or you press your toe into the floor.
In Ocean's 13, this guy beats a polygraph by pushing on a tack in his shoe, but apparently simply pressing down on your toe is enough. In this lab study, they trained subjects to do those two physical countermeasures, and another group to do some mental math. All of these tricks allowed more than half of liars to avoid detection. And real-world cases show it doesn't even have to be that complicated. In 1985, a traitorous CIA officer named Aldrich Ames filled 2 plastic shopping bags with top-secret communications and went to sell them at this swanky bar to a Soviet official. Over the course of several years, Ames revealed the identities of a bunch of U.S. agents in exchange for millions of dollars. And twice during this period, the CIA subjected Ames to a lie detector test. But somehow, he passed the polygraph twice. For his first polygraph, Ames was tremendously worried, and the polygraph did detect some deception. But Ames later said the trick was just to have a friendly relationship with the examiner, rapport where you smile and make him think that you like him. And the CIA examiner did find him truthful, bright, and direct. Ames told his KGB contacts about the second polygraph test, and they were like, just relax. Something as simple as that can beat the test.
Especially if you're a professional spy.
Yeah. So those are the 4 potential problems with polygraphs. But how do these machines actually perform in the field? Can they help us catch liars? In 2003, a big government report tackled that very question. And to understand what they found, you first have to understand this square of truth. On this grid, we can show how good any person or system or technology is at sorting truths from lies. Moving right, you correctly identify more truths. Moving up, you correctly identify more lies. Here's where the average human falls. Remember, they identify 61% of truth and 47% of lies for an average accuracy of 54%. Wonder Woman, with her magical lasso, is up in this corner. She gets everything right. This is the ideal. So where do polygraphs fall? These are the results from the 52 lab experiments that met this report's quality standards. It's a bit messy, but the report finds that most data points fall on this curve, and where you land on this curve depends on how you interpret the polygraph results. If you interpret every extra little wiggle of the needle as evidence of deception, you'll end up in this corner, where you're definitely going to catch every lie, but you'll also think most true statements are a lie. You'll falsely accuse them. This corner is too suspicious. Over here, you'll end up believing that nearly everything is true, so you'll get most truths right, but you'll miss a lot of lies. This corner is too trusting. If you try to balance those two kinds of errors, you end up here in the middle. The worse the device is at distinguishing between truth and lies, the flatter the curve becomes. The better it is, the more it pushes up towards Wonder Woman.
Am I wrong that this is kind of better than I expected? You've got the average human here, and they're all doing better than the average Joe.
Yeah. That's your first reaction, is like, oh, it's not too bad, especially when it's plotted like this.
It's not doing nothing. It's not random noise.
The problem is when you bring it out into the real world and try to use it practically. There's two real-world scenarios that I want to examine. Let's start with police interrogations. The results shown here are all from lab studies trying to mimic that scenario. For example, this study took a group of prisoners and had half of them steal some money. Then, if they passed a polygraph test, whether they were guilty or innocent, they got something like $80. A couple tests were inconclusive, but the conclusive test correctly identified every guilty prisoner and nearly all of the innocent ones. But years later, researchers redid the experiment, this time with higher stakes. Now, if 10 people failed their tests, no one would get $80, and a list of the people who failed would be publicly posted. In this scenario, accuracy dropped. 42% of truth tellers were falsely accused. It seems that introducing real-world consequences made innocent people nervous enough to start failing their polygraphs. But why are we talking about these imperfect lab studies and not just testing the device in the real world? Well, there's one central issue. How do you even confirm whether something's true or not? Ground truth. Exactly. Take this study of 402 polygraph exams conducted by the police in Vancouver, Canada, over 5 years. The researchers first tried to establish ground truth, but it was hard. Polygraphs are often used in cases where other sources of evidence fall short. There were only 69 conclusive tests where they found enough evidence to establish true guilt or innocence with high confidence. In that pool, polygraphs correctly caught 98% of confirmed guilty. There's good reason to think that the real percentage is lower. Some of these other past tests could have included liars who were just never caught. So we're probably missing some false negatives that would bring the average down. When it comes to innocent people, the polygraphs found that 45% of them were lying. They were innocent, and they still failed, similar to what we saw in the study of motivated prisoners. That's a big problem, and not just because it could lead an investigation astray, it could also lead to innocent people giving false confessions.
People often get backed into a corner where they say something that self-incriminates them. I've got it right here in black and white. So either you can face the death penalty, or you can start telling me what we want to hear. There are people who develop false memories. You have somebody in who, at the time of the crime, was under the influence of drugs or alcohol, and they don't quite remember the chain of events. I can tap into things that you might not even be aware of yourself. We've seen documented testimony of people who said that they came to doubt their own memory.
Innocent people confessing and guilty people getting away with lies really clouds our picture of the real world. But from everything I've read, it seems like field accuracy lands somewhere in this general zone. Polygraphs are better at catching lies than people are, but they're still uncertain and prone to false accusations.
Unless it was like 99% accurate, it's just not the kind of test that we should apply to an individual in any high-stakes situation. How are you going to know when the case that you're looking at and the individual human that you're applying to is one of those errors?
Helen Graham, the very first suspect ever accused based on a polygraph, may have also been the device's first victim. After she left for Kansas, thefts at her dorm continued. She wrote to her interrogator, John Larson, that she was innocent and had been tricked into a confession. As time went on, Larson started to doubt his creation and then actively argued against it. This scientific investigation became a Frankenstein's monster, he said, which I have spent over 40 years in combating. The second application of polygraphs is screening, trying to weed out unacceptable job applicants or sweep your government for spies, or more recently, people who leaked to the press.
We're using polygraphs to look at all of our employees, all of our people involved in these operations.
There's even less real-world data about how polygraphs perform in this situation. Opponents of the technology claim it's a curve like this, and for the sake of argument, let's say they're right. How does that play out in the real world? Imagine a government department with 1,000 employees. 10 are spies. Now you polygraph test their spies. You balance suspicion and trust here. You catch 8 spies and miss 2. But you also end up falsely accusing 160 honest employees. So right now you've got 168 people. Do you fire all of them? If you try to reduce those false positives, you take down your suspicion until you only falsely accuse 4 innocent people. Now you've only found 2 spies, and that's before considering those spies might have been trained to beat the polygraph.
But it does seem like if the consequences of firing completely innocent, honest workers are lower than the consequences of sort of a spy sneaking in, then you could justify, the injustice involved in these kind of wrongful terminations.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't care about hurting individual people, then you can dial up the suspicion of all these tests quite high.
Yeah.
And say, well, we're going to catch the perpetrator. We're also going to hurt some other people, but at least we caught the perpetrator.
Or I guess the best case scenario is that it serves as a deterrent against lying.
Right.
If the general public thinks these things are legit, it's kind of like a weird placebo effect, right?
Exactly.
They're afraid of this machine, and they're like, oh, it's not worth it to lie.
In the data from the Washington State Patrol, you see that. About 1/3 of the people, they meet with the polygraph examiner, and they take no test. Just getting in the room with this scary truth machine is inspiring people to confess.
I'm not sure if you know the episode of The Wire where they say they're going to use a polygraph test, but they use a printer.
Lie. Lie.
The machine is never wrong, son.
That's a fact, but it's not very ethical.
Good old Nard liked to do this card trick before tests.
I want you to take one of these cards. Did you take the 3 of spades? No. Queen of hearts? No. The ace of hearts?
He'd claim to use the polygraph to identify the correct card.
You took the 5 of diamonds, Frank, did you? Yes, sir.
But to make sure he never got it wrong, Nard would often use marked cards. The more someone believes in the power of the polygraph, the more nervous they'll be about lying, and the more likely they are to either fail the test or confess before it's even begun. So the best way to beat a polygraph is actually just to stop believing in it. The Vanity Fair series is just another type of pre-test card trick.
I'm really nervous. The machine has been calibrated.
A bit of theater that makes us wonder if this flawed machine is actually an infallible lie detector.
I've been doing lie detection research now for 15 years, and we don't have anything that works better than maybe like 70, 75%, like that's it. Lie detection, I would say overall, is very lazy. Truth finding is what you should do.
Aldrich Ames wasn't taken down by a polygraph machine, but by a detailed investigation into his finances after he started wearing designer suits, bought a fancy house, and got veneers on his teeth. They probably would have found him out sooner if they'd done more thorough interviews to look for inconsistencies.
Ask very critical questions. You want to get more information and as much information as possible.
Get them to say fact-checkable things.
Exactly.
Falsifiable things, yeah.
Like,
I'm David Cornsweat and I'm 6'4".
Is that a lie? It's time to get deep into the weeds. But first, if you've made it this far, I hope you'll consider supporting Howtown. We have a very small team. It's just the 3 of us. We kind of do a little bit of everything, and it's a lot of work.
Yes, and if you would like to support this kind of journalism or just hang out with a lot of cool people, you can join our Patreon. We are providing ad-free versions of our videos there for any of our paying members from the $4 tier up, which means you don't have to deal with sponsorship reads or YouTube's mid-roll pop-ups, pre-roll. You can watch just the whole pure Howtown content at patreon.com/Howtown.
Same height.
Yeah, and when I go to the doctors, they measure me with the proper thing. I'm like 189 and a bit centimeters.
Which is about 6'2.5". And when
I'm like
at least the same.
Back to the mystery of David Cornsweat's height.
We're definitely at least the same height.
Yeah, and when I go to the doctors, they measure me with the proper thing. I'm like 189 and a bit centimeters.
Which is about 6'2.5". And when you look at pictures of them together, they look pretty similar. So it's time to gather some evidence from the real world. Internet detective Shane Fan calculated Cornsweat's height from this photo using these barricades as a reference.
6'2" and 4'5".
But I think he made some mistakes, starting with these barricades.
I found the exact model with a height of 43 inches.
But you can see in the cell phone video I found that it's not the exact model. Drew, a member of our Patreon, went out and actually measured the barriers on this block, and found they averaged 43 3/4 inches. But of course these things aren't pristine, their height varies quite a bit. I think Shane did correctly track down Cornsweat shoes. They're priced for movie stars or maybe CIA moles. And I called up these luxury cobblers first thing in the morning. Hi, I'm just hoping to get a little more information about one of your shoes. A very nice person there put me on hold so she could measure multiple pairs of these specific shoes.
How tall is Superman? Yeah. How tall is you?
So 22 to 24 is sort of the range. That's pretty close to the number Shane uses. Final issue, Cornsweat's posture doesn't seem fully upright. I asked an AI to identify his joints, but straightening them out only added 4 to 5 pixels. Put that all together and I calculate a height of 6 foot 3.4 inches. But I'm going to show you something a lot of internet detectives don't. The uncertainty created by unclear barrier height, socks and shoes, and potential errors I made in my pixel measurements. I'm very confident Cornsweat falls in this range, but that's not good enough. This picture was taken on the same day and features better posture and more reliable reference optics. I was able to get in touch with a photographer who confirmed the camera and lens he used, and I sent another Howtown Patreon supporter named Spencer to the Empire State Building, where he made a whole bunch of careful measurements. Redoing the calculations and accounting for lens distortion, I now arrive at 6 foot 3.2 inches, and there's a much smaller confidence range below 6'4". But before we pass judgment, consider this paper, Circadian Variation in Human Stature. We gain height at night and start losing it when we stand up in the morning as our bodies compress. The change is about 1% of total height. Based on where the light is falling and the shadow angles, I'd say this photo was taken around 9:15 a.m., right after an appearance on the Today Show.
Morning, great to see you both.
So he had already been up for at least a couple hours. This photo has a timestamp around 2 p.m., and if we extrapolate his height at 2 along this curve, we'd expect him to be near 6 foot 3.5 at 9, very close to our earlier estimate, and at his tallest, the moment he wakes up, he would be 6 foot 4.
I'm David Cornsweat, and I'm 6'4".
Regardless of the facts, we can't know if David is lying here because we don't know what he believes to be true. But even if this were as simple as determining his actual height, we've seen how reality is complicated. It resists easy answers and clear determinations of precise truth. That's what we're all about here at Howtown.
Yep. Resist the part of yourself that's desperate for answers.
Previously on Dr. Zai.
197 flags. You can use both PowerPoint and Google Slides. 45, 88, 94 flags, 108 flags complete.
Let's draw the flag of UK in Google Slides. First, draw a tiny unit square. We will call this length 1. We will copy it lots of times and snap them together. This enables us to create any natural number. That was theorem number 1 in our previous video. Let's make a rectangle 60 wide and 30 tall. That's how large the flag will be. For our next step, we need 4 ingredients. A white rectangle 10 wide and 30 tall. A white rectangle 60 wide and 10 tall. A red rectangle 6 wide 30 tall. And a red rectangle 60 wide 6 tall. And that gives us the cross of St. George. This is where we got stuck last time. For the next step, we needed to draw right triangles whose lengths differ by a multiple of root 5 while following the basic principles of mathematical construction. Number 1, perfect tools. Number 2, no eyeballing. Number 3, no measuring. Without further ado, here's how we make root 5. Chapter 7. Reach for the stars. There is a 5-point star in Google Slides which hides a gem called the golden ratio. Get it? Gem?
Gold is usually not called a gem, but...
The ratio between the lengths of these two segments is the golden ratio, which we can prove like this. Let's call the lengths 1 and x respectively. The symmetry of the star allows us to do this. We get 2 similar triangles. This means that the proportion between x and 1 is the same with the proportion between 1 and x minus 1. Solve that and you get x equals 1 plus root 5 over 2, which is called the golden ratio. Once we learn that, we can create a root 5 square like this. Draw a 5-point star as long as a unit square. That means this length is 1 over the golden ratio. I've already calculated that, which is root 5 minus 1 over 2. We snap a line to that length and draw a square as long as that. After that, we double that and add 1, and boom, that is root 5. Once we get root 5, the rest of the flag of the UK becomes very doable, just a bit repetitive. Here's a time lapse. And that's the Union Jack complete. Last time we mentioned that there are like 50 flags that require root 5, so does this mean that we can add 50 more flags to our list of constructible flags?
Well, not so fast. There are some delicacies to clear up. First off, explain why you are on Google Slides this time.
That is because PowerPoint has a very cursed feature. When you hold Shift and draw a 5-point star in PowerPoint, it's actually not a perfect star. Let's compare it with a square. Look how the star fits perfectly inside this square. This is not what should happen. In Google Slides, the star is shorter than the square. This is what should happen. The width of the star is the same as this diagonal, so that can never be as tall as this square. You can see how cursed it is when you rotate the star. First, this is how a star should look like when we rotate it. When we overlap the rotated star with the original star, it should perfectly line up. Conversely, on PowerPoint, rotate once. What? Rotate again. What? What is this? Look how deformed it is. It's so cursed. However, this doesn't mean the star is completely useless on PowerPoint because the horizontal lengths of the star are still the same. It's just stretched vertically. So this length is still 1 over the golden ratio, so the UK flag is still constructible even if you only have PowerPoint. But unfortunately, for every flag that requires a regular 5-point star, PowerPoint is not suited for the task.
Is it really impossible? What if the height of the star is a constructible number?
The height? Oh, I get what you're saying. If we can calculate how tall the star is and just make that number in PowerPoint, then we can manually resize the star into a regular star without the help of Google Slides. Okay, how tall should the star be? Like some multiple of root 5?
Well, if a star's width is 1, then its height should be the square root of 10 plus 2 root 5 over 4.
What? Okay, can you simplify that a bit?
This is already simplified.
What? Why is it that complicated?
Sometimes things are just complicated, such as life.
Okay, I can't even begin to think about how to make that number. I'll just give up for now and use Google Slides, okay? Wait, this is Editing's Eye, and the pentagon shape in PowerPoint is actually a regular pentagon unlike the 5-point star. Don't know why, but that means we can resize a star into a regular star without the help of Google Slides. But in this chapter, I'm gonna use Google Slides, and it's not gonna matter in the end. So, a quick review on what we can draw on Google Slides. We can do any ambiguous drawings, rectangles, circles, right triangles, and now 5-point stars, whose lengths can be built with the 4 operations, and rational numbers, root 2, root 3, root 5, and this number. I'm not even gonna think about that number right now. Basically, we should be able to draw all flags with stars, right?
There's still one subtle problem. Check this construction sheet of Somalia. Can you draw this with the knowledge we have right now?
Oh, the star is not defined with a width or a height. It's defined with the diameter of its circumcircle?
That is how most stars are defined in construction sheets.
Okay, now the situation is different. We are drawing a circle first and then fitting a star inside it. So, it's obviously not as simple as making the star as wide as the circle because it's going to poke out. And we can't do any eyeballing. So, is this constructible?
You're asking us?
Right. Okay, I found a way to make the star and it actually looks like magic. Step 1, have a star as wide as the circle. Step 2, draw a square as tall as the star. So the star should be poking out from the square a little. Step 3, resize the star so it is as wide as the square. And that's it. Move the star back onto the circle and it's suddenly perfect. Magic.
Okay, so why does it work?
Let me explain. In the beginning, we have a star as wide as the circle, and the star we need to make is this gold star.
Right. Basically, you need to make the width of the star.
Yes, I'll call that length the target. Now, our current star is this wide and this tall. The length of this diagonal is the same as the width. Now remember that right triangle. It has an angle half as big as the point of the star. Now look at this right triangle. That also has an angle half as big as the point of this star, right?
Yes, so that's a similar right triangle?
Same ratio between green and red. Look closer now. The red line is the radius of the circle, and the green line is half of the width of the star we need to make. Which means, if we double the size of that triangle, then the red line will be the diameter of the circle, and the green line will be the width of the star we need to make, the target. Wait, but look left again. The width of our current star is the diameter of the circle. So the height of our current star is equal to the target. This height is equal to the width of the star we need to make. So that is why we used a square. If we turn the height of this star into the width of a new star, then we are just done. The result would be the same if we turned the original star by 90 degrees and drew a new star as wide as that. I just thought the square felt more magical. Anyway, now we know the size and positioning of these kinds of inscribed stars are constructible too. And with this, we can clear a lot of new flags. A real lot of flags.
You know what that means? It's time for another montage.
Okay, do we have something a bit more funky?
Of course. Bring the piano.
Bosnia and Herzegovina, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chile, Comoros. We are using twice as much time for these harder flags. Cuba, Fiji, Ghana, Grenada, Guinea-Bissau, Jamaica.
Time to get funkier.
Kosovo. What? Liberia.
Time to get funkier.
Kosovo. What? Liberia. Micronesia. Mozambique. Myanmar. North Korea. Panama. Samoa. Senegal, São Tomé and Príncipe, Solomon Islands, Somalia, South Sudan, Suriname, Syria, Togo. Interesting fact, one popular version of this has the aspect ratio as the golden ratio. Tunisia, Turkey, Tuvalu, United Kingdom, done that. United States, if anyone wants to actually draw this, good luck. Uzbekistan, Vietnam. And that's all the star flags we can do right now.
143 flags, 73% of the job done.
Okay, we're off to a good start. Before we move into the next chapter, now is the time to correct some of the mistakes I've made in the last video. Number 1, it is Thailand. I'm so stupid. Now I've learned how to say Thailand. I also learned this is Siam. And now to make atonement, I'm gonna learn how to say Thailand in the official language of Thailand.
ประเทศไทย ประเทศไทย
ประเทศไทย ประเทศไทย. Okay, I think that's the best I can do right now. For all the other mispronunciations of names I made, I'll try to learn all of them sometime later. Also, it shouldn't have been just Bahamas because the official name is The Bahamas. I entirely, completely, 100% blame Sporkle Admin for this mistake. So, hey, Sporkle Admin, here's how to say The Bahamas in the official language of the Bahamas.
The Bahamas.
Chapter 8. The Never-Ending Flag Gauntlet? What?
Welcome to the never-ending flag gauntlet. You will now select a flag and construct it, and then do that again and again for the entirety of this video. You will have to keep making creative ways to draw flags that only get harder and harder with that human brain.
What if I don't have that creative thinking?
Then you die.
Well, can I quit this challenge?
Now begin.
No.
Start now. You have 3 chances to fail.
Okay. I should start with something that I know I can construct. Let's do Libya. Last video we couldn't do it, but now we can. Plus, I wanted to talk about an important philosophy that will save us a lot of time later on. This is the construction sheet from Wikipedia. So right away we see a very complicated number, this length C. But where does that number come from? Well, here's what's actually going on. This star is facing left. To make that in Google Slides, you can rotate the star by 90 degrees. And what's the width of the star? According to the construction sheet, it's equal to the distance between the ends of the crescent.
Is that length constructible?
Yes, this is a 45-degree angle, so this is root 2 times the radius of the big circle, 3 root 2. Since the star is constructible, we can also construct its circumcircle by reversing the steps to draw an inscribed star. C is defined as the diameter of that, so that constructs C as well. This is the important part. Right now, I didn't actually calculate how to make this number from the numbers we know using the 4 operation symbols, but I visually showed you that I can actually make that circle. So this must be a constructible number because I can literally construct it. And then D is C multiplied by root 5 and something something, so D is also constructible. That means every number here on the flag is a constructible number. So the flag of Libya is constructible in Google Slides. Do you see how we are starting to make little bits of shortcuts? If we can just prove that every important number is constructible, that every important step in the construction is possible, then that fact alone is enough to let us mark the flag as complete and move on.
That is 1. Now pick another right away.
Okay, I think I'm gonna pick Turkmenistan, because I looked at the construction sheet and while it looks really complex, everything in it seems to be rational. The carpet pattern to the left is not strictly defined, so we can quickly convince ourselves that it's doable. Let's zoom into the stars. Some key points are defined with coordinates, with the upper left corner of the green being 0, 0. We want to draw these stars, but to be able to draw a star, both its size and position need to be constructible. What's its size? It says the circumcircle's diameter is 48, constructible, so that's cleared. What's the position? One of the corners of the top star has integer coordinates, so this one's cleared. These stars are 64 apart, so the middle and bottom are cleared. One of the corners of the left star has integer coordinates, so that one's cleared. and the right one is the same distance apart from the center star as the left star, so if the center and left are constructible, the right should be constructible too. So that clears all the stars.
Okay, the hard part seems to be done, but what about the crescent? What's the size and position of the two big circles?
We should be able to calculate it. We know the 3 points it passes through. Calculating this by hand seems to be too much for me, so let's put that in a calculator. Equation of circle passing through the 3 points, and the radius...
The radius of the circle is the square root of 33,950...
Wait, there's no way. The stars are fine, but the crescent is what's holding us back?
Unless you know how to calculate square roots, that seems to be the case. So now you are down 1.
Oh, wow, this is not a good start. Okay, I need to pick something I know I can make. I believe North Macedonia in the last video was shown among the flags that require root 5 to make. So let's do that one.
Oh, right, that flag being there was a mistake.
What?
You see, sometimes the construction sheets are kind of misleading, and one of the sources for Macedonia on Wikipedia had a typo that we missed.
What? So it requires more than root 5?
Well, we don't know yet. You have to find the typo and construct the correct version. Who knows, maybe the correct version is easier.
Find the typo? How do I know something's wrong? Is it in that Macedonian language?
No, it's not. But there might not be enough information, so let's say the height and width of the flag are supposed to be 1 and 2.
Okay, then, here's 1/6, and presumably this is 1/6 too, so this would be 2 minus 1/3, so 5/3. Oh, this big rectangle's diagonal goes through this small rectangle, so they should be similar rectangles. The small rectangle says the aspect ratio is 3:4, I presume, but the big rectangle has height 1 and width 5/3. So that's the typo? It's 3:5 instead of 3:4?
Yes. Here is a clearer version of the construction sheet, and if we change the aspect ratio of the small rectangle to 5:3, then it becomes consistent with other construction sheets.
Okay, so this is the correct sheet.
Now let's try constructing it.
Okay, what's going on with these rays? Looks like we draw the triangles first and cover that with circles.
Can we draw the triangles? How wide and tall should they be?
Okay, the ones to the left and right, they're half as wide as the flag, so that's constructible, cleared. Okay, the top and bottom triangles, they're touching this circle, and the diameter of the circle is constructible, so their height must be constructible too, so yeah, that's cleared. The diagonal rays. What this sheet implies is that the tip of the diagonal rays should touch the corner of this rectangle. Using the aspect ratio of the rectangle, we can calculate how big it is. The circle has a diameter of 3/14, which is the diagonal of the rectangle, and we know 5 squared plus 3 squared is 34, so the width and height of the rectangle are respectively these numbers. Right, so we actually need root 34 to draw this flag, not root 5. That's bad news for me.
Unfortunately, that's another miss, so you have only 1 life now. In any case, this should be a good example that you really need to pay attention to every little detail in the construction sheet.
I think it's just an example that the creator of this video is stupid, but okay, whatever. Let's try Singapore, seems to be doable. All the numbers are rational, the crescent is doable, and the stars are aligned like a pentagon, which can be done by first a big circle, then an inscribed star, then centering 5 circles at each point of the star, and drawing 5 inscribed stars. Okay, so now we are back. Singapore is constructible.
Nice. Let's keep this pace.
Okay, let's move on right onto Cabo Verde.
Interesting.
Okay, my pronunciation is like
It's just sometimes you're going for the Portuguese or Spanish or French, and that's...
And the problem is I'm Korean. No, I'm fully cooked. I think it all started from that Côte d'Ivoire. I mean, if it was like Ivory Coast or like Cape Verde, then like maybe I might have been less wrong. Like it's Sporkle. All blame goes to Sporkle admin. Anyway, Cabo Verde. Hey, can you pronounce it better for me?
I am literally just you on a voice changer.
Whoa, just breaking the fourth wall. Moving on.
Cabo Verde.
The stars in this flag are aligned in a decagon, but we do have a 10-point star, so it's actually fine. Draw a big circle, then an inscribed 10-point star, and then just 10 circles and stars. It's the same for the flag of Dominica. Ambiguous drawing plus 10 stars arranged in a decagon.
Let us chime in for a bit. There's also a way to draw these without explicitly getting help from the 10-point star. A little exercise. Can you find a way to make a 10-point star without actually using the 10-point star? The solution is to use 2 pentagons or 5-point stars.
Okay. Okay. It's like pretty big amount. Honestly, I feel pretty demotivated to play more of this game. At least in the context of now.
We can rotate one by 180 degrees. Combine them, and they fit perfectly into one 10-point star. Back to you.
Okay, we have the flag of Venezuela. This flag is pretty unique. I don't think there is a clear construction sheet, so I don't know exactly what the angles of the stars are. If it is ambiguous and we are allowed to eyeball it a bit, then it becomes trivial, of course, as we mentioned in the previous video. I've seen one unofficial construction sheet that says we need to divide 144 degrees into 7 equal arcs, which would make this really complex, but the actual flag looks a bit different from this construction sheet too, so...
Well, that construction sheet is interesting, so we might return to it sometime again, but this does count as constructible.
Nice. For the next one, I select Honduras. This one is also interesting. The official sheet is very doable with our current knowledge, but Honduras also has an unofficial sheet.
Yes, while it's unofficial just like Venezuela's, we left this one in because we think trying to make this one in Google Slides is worth it.
So it's gonna be like helpful for later? Okay. These stars look peculiar. It's slightly swelled up, defined with an outer diameter and an inner diameter.
And now we're gonna have another exercise, which is of course, can you draw this star in Google Slides? But beware, this exercise is much harder than any exercise we've done before. The solution is going to require multiple steps. If you couldn't fully solve it, you can pause the solution at any time. Here we go.
Here is the solution. Step 1. Make the 10 points that constitute this star. This is easy once you realize that degree-wise, these inner points are exactly in the middle of the outer points, which makes it very similar to constructing a decagon. We use one star for the outer points and one rotated star for the inner points. Step 2. We connect all the points with lines. Now, that does complete the shape of the star, but there's a final problem. An outline isn't enough. We need to color this if we want to draw a flag. This has to be a polygon, not just 10 lines. It's very intuitive to use the polygon tool here, but it doesn't work. It doesn't snap to the points we drew. Which means, step 3. This is very painful, but we need to manually fill this shape only using right triangles and rectangles. It's trickier than all the previous uses of triangles, but it's nothing impossible, and that is mathematically a perfectly colored 5-point star defined with 2 diameters.
This exercise doesn't really matter for Honduras because this construction sheet was unofficial, but the flag of Papua New Guinea officially has these swelled up stars.
So Papua New Guinea is constructible thanks to that exercise. By the way, this bird, Rajana bird of paradise, it looks complicated, but we can actually count this one as ambiguous. First of all, this number 34.5 seems to be an approximation. And all of these other numbers are just coordinates of specific points. So when we draw this, the only thing to be aware of is that rather than drawing the entire thing in one go, you should divide it into small shapes as we did in part 1, and make sure to snap the shapes at the very end to the correct coordinates.
150.
Nice! Okay, next let's do Azerbaijan with the 8-point star. There is an 8-point star shape in Google Slides, but I think we know by now that this shape is not enough. We need to draw 8 outer points and 8 inner points separately. Can we do the same thing as before? The amount we need to turn is half of 45 degrees, which is 22.5, so that's actually impossible with our 15-degree snaps. But luckily, Google Slides has a 16-point star, and that trivializes the problem. Here's how we draw the outline of the star. And after that, it's just another tedious coloring with right triangles.
Is it really possible to color that with right triangles? How can you know?
I mean, it's just possible every time. Okay, I'll do it just this once to show you that it's possible, but I'm not doing this again. Okay, next up, Nauru. This time it's a 12-point star. Again, we need one shape for outer points and one for inner points.
Here's another exercise. How do we draw that 12-point star?
So we have option 1, use 2 12-point stars and rotate one of them. Option 2, use 2 24-point stars. What's the answer? We needed 16-point stars to draw a proper 8-point star, so you'd think we need a 24-point star to draw a 12-point star, but it was a trick question! Option 1 works, because we can actually rotate a 12-point star by 15 degrees, and that aligns it perfectly for the inner points. So a mathematician would think the answer is both of them. But that was a trick too, so it was a trick question. Option 2 actually doesn't work in Google Slides, because if you try to complete the star this way, you'll notice that you cannot actually snap to the endpoints of this star. For the 24-point star and the 32-point star, Google Slides doesn't actually let us snap lines into all endpoints, but only to the 4 basic directions. That basically renders the 24-point star useless. So option 1 was the only correct answer. Anyway, Nauru is constructible.
Very good. Also, reminder, you still have only one life.
Really didn't need that reminder, but okay, let's do Australia with the 7-point star. All the numbers in the construction sheet are rational, so that's fine, but we haven't drawn a 7-point star yet. So this time the problem is whether we can actually fit a 7-point star inside a circle, much like the case for inscribed 5-point stars. A 7-point star as wide as the circle will poke out of the circle. But let's try my magic trick again. Draw a square as tall as the star. Make the star as wide as the square. Bring it back and bam! It's magic! After that, we just do the rotation trick for the inner 7 points. And it's constructible. And the same trick would work for Jordan.
Wait, how long is this A?
This sheet tells us to calculate that by bisecting the angles of this triangle. In other words, it's the in-center of the triangle. By the angle bisector theorem, we know that the proportions of these two sides are equal to these two divided parts. And here, A to B happens to equal 1 to root 5. So luckily, the coordinates of the in-center can be constructed with just rational numbers and root 5.
154 flags complete.
Hey, this chapter is getting kinda long. Can we take a short break?
Chapter 9, no time to break.
That's not even a chapter name. Now you're just messing around.
We are noticeably getting slower, so let's do a bit of a review on what we achieved in terms of math.
Math? We used lots of new stars. They should give us something like how the 5-point star gave us root 5 and that weird number.
There's actually a better name for that weird number. The two lengths we've obtained from the star are the two side lengths of this right triangle, which has a hypotenuse of 1. This angle is 18 degrees, so the two lengths can be called sine of 18 degrees and cosine of 18 degrees, the latter being that weird number. The lengths we've obtained from other stars can be named similarly. Here's what we get from the 16-point star. The 12-point star, which unfortunately doesn't help because these two numbers were already constructible. and a 7-point star. Notably, these two are very complicated numbers that cannot be expressed by just square roots.
What in the world is that?
That is the actual number. These numbers are so complicated that actually, you cannot construct these numbers using just a straight edge and a compass. It is impossible to draw a 7-point star using a straight edge and a compass.
So we found something that Google Slides is better at compared to traditional mathematical tools?
Yes, for the first time, we are stepping outside of traditional mathematical construction.
That's honestly amazing.
Now let's get back to drawing flags. In fact, there aren't that many flags left with multiple pointed stars.
Well then, what should I do next?
We can give you some flags to do. Let's try Taiwan. It has a 12-point star, not defined with 2 diameters, but defined like this.
Right. We can draw all those lines, so that already tells me that this is doable. And I think there's an easy way to do it, using some grouping and centering shenanigans. Like this. This is the first triangle. We can flip this to make the opposite side. Then we group them, copy it 6 times, rotate them, and put them back in the center.
Next up is Malaysia, or Malaysia.
A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14-point star, defined with an outer and inner diameter.
This is another hard challenge. If you are still watching and holding up to this point, try this exercise. Can you draw a 14-point star if the 2 diameters are defined?
So we know that turning a 7-point star by 180 and combining gives us 14 points, but now we need to get angles in between these points. How? Well, look closer at Malaysia's flag. Doesn't this crease look like it's right on the middle? Yes, because the star is vertically symmetric. So the solution is to turn the 7-point star by 90 degrees. Then we get this beautiful construction.
Next up is Rwanda, a 24-point star with 2 diameters.
A 24-point star in Google Slides is again useless. But the 16-point star comes to the rescue this time because we can overlap 3 of them, rotate one by 15 degrees, and rotate another by 30 degrees. This results in a perfect 48-point star with snappable endpoints. And then it's just the same thing.
The next country is another hard to pronounce one.
Okay, let me try it. Timor-Leste.
Okay, let's go with that.
So this one is pretty weird because it is a 5-point star, but it's not upright. It points to the top left corner, and the rotation is not a snappable angle. The official description has a bit of an ambiguity, so here I have 2 versions of construction sheets. In the first version, the center of the star is positioned at the in-center of the black triangle. The distance from the left side is 9. In the second version, the center of the star is at the centroid of the black triangle. The distance from the left side is 8. The weird part is that right now, we can construct the first version, but we cannot construct the second version. And the only way I know of explaining why requires linear algebra. The first star is rotated this much, and that angle is the same as the angle in a right triangle with these lengths. 9 to 18, 1 to 2, similar triangles. And the second star is rotated this much. That angle is the same as the angle in this right triangle. Now, in linear algebra, there's a thing called a rotation matrix that I've touched upon for just a second in the last video. Basically, what it tells us is that if we can draw an upright star, and we can construct all the numbers in this right triangle, then we can manually draw the star rotated by that angle. There's a formula to calculate all the coordinates in the new shape. Currently, we know how to construct 1, 2, and root 5, but we don't know about root 97. So we can only construct the first version.
So this is like a half of a failure? So now you only have half of a life?
I guess. Like, what even happens if I'm out of lives? I'm not gonna actually die, am I?
Don't you remember the premise of this video? You draw 197 flags or die trying.
I said I never agreed to that.
Your next flag is Philippines. If you fail this one, prepare to get crushed as flat as a flag.
As flat as a... What does it even mean? Wait! When did the ceiling get this low?
Time is ticking.
Okay. Philippines? Right, give me the construction sheet. What is this monstrosity?
Let's see if you can make each part of the flag. Objective 1. The 3 stars representing the islands, defined with 2 diameters.
Okay, we've learned how to do that in Honduras.
That's not all. One of them is rotated 90 degrees, and the other 2, 30 degrees.
We just learned that that's possible too. All 3 sides of a right triangle with a 30-degree angle are constructible. That tells us that we can rotate any constructible point by 30 degrees.
Objective cleared. Now, to Objective 2, the sun.
That's obviously the problem. Let's first zoom in a little bit. The rays go out in 8 directions, and each part is further divided into 3 sections. The circle is really easy, so let's just focus on the rays. We also know that once we get the outline, it's easy to color the inside, so we should only care about getting the line segments correct. All of these lines going outward are defined to be rays that start from the center of the circle, and the angles between them are 1/96th of a circle. In our terms, it's like having to draw a 96-point star. The star with the most number of points that we managed to make up till now is a 48-point star, which is half of 96. And I don't have an easy way to double the number of points. So instead of trying to get 96 points on the circle, we will do something different. Imagine these 2 points are like the first 2 points of the 48-point star. We are going to construct their midpoint and connect it to the center of the circle. Constructing a midpoint is pretty easy. We need to draw a rectangle and have its size. So once we do that, we can create this big middle ray. This top point is directly above the center of the circle with a distance of 19. And the next point is on this line that we just drew. It is the intersection of that line and this diagonal line going down from the top point.
How can we calculate that intersection?
There is a formula. So right now we know the 2 points on this one line and the 2 points on this other line. Let's say the coordinates of those 4 points are x1, y1 to x4, y4. We want to know the coordinates of this point, let's say px, py. This is the formula. I know it looks crazy, but this is a surefire way to get the coordinates of that point. If you look closely, the formula is just made of the numbers x1 to x4 and y1 to y4 and the 4 basic operations. So doing all those calculations is technically possible, and you know, my mission is just to prove that this is doable, not actually do it, so yeah. We know how to get this point, which means we know how to get this line and this line as well. So this middle ray is cleared. Now to the small ray on the side. This time we prepare a 48-point star that fits inside a circle with a radius of 17. Suppose these are like the first 3 points of the star. This time we calculate the midpoint of the second and third point. And this time we need to calculate the intersection between this ray and this diagonal line. Again, using the same monstrosity of a formula. That lets us construct these 2 points, which in turn lets us construct all the lines in this triangle. And then of course we can flip the small right part to make the small left part, and we can rotate the bundle of 3 rays by 45 degrees to create all the 8 directions. And that is how you construct the flag of Philippines.
158 flags complete. Let's move on to the next flag.
The next flag,
What's wrong?
I don't know what else I can draw right now. I think most of the flags left require some kind of square root.
And you still haven't found how to make it?
Yes. If I just knew how to do that, I could probably clear like 30 more flags.
Well, we have to continue anyway. The next flag is South Korea.
No, that's one of them.
So you can't do it?
No.
Then you die.
No. Help!
I can't even see you anymore.
Wait, what's that? There's a crack in the...
Hey Zai, take this.
What the... What? How to draw square roots in PowerPoint? This does work. This is it. I can draw all of those flags. Wait, who are you? there are more rooms with other people, we need to work together. Cube roots, Bezier curves, sextic roots, septic roots.
20 flags left. 10 flags. 5 flags. 1 flag left.
Who is drawing a cat orchestra on our slide? Draw flags! Thank you so much for watching. Sorry for uploading late. There were multiple errors I found only toward the end of the production, and I had to redo lots of things. Thanks to all Patreon supporters. Thanks to everyone who submitted to the Math Clock contest that's going on right now until February 17th. Part 3 will be 100 times harder than Part 2, so stay tuned. Bye!
I don't know how to play gacha anymore.
I have too many.
I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that. There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that.
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime?
Any aluminum shavings. It's a lot of good metal, but it's kinda useless. I can't melt it down because it just burns. But I have 5 gallons of hydrochloric acid and an idea to turn the shavings into glass. And also some crystals because that sounds fun. But how can I turn aluminum into glass? Well, the key is that aluminum is hardly ever just pure aluminum. It's almost always alloyed with many different elements. One of those being silicon, which is added to some aluminum alloys to improve its castability. Despite the melting point of silicon being about 1400 C, adding small amounts to aluminum can actually produce a material with a lower melting point
There's a
than
lot
pure
that goes into
aluminum.
managing an orchard.
This addition also
Watering,
results in
weeding,
hard silicon
fertilizing the
particles
soil,
existing
making sure the
throughout the
temperature is
aluminum
right.
lattice, improving the strength of the material as these particles
You have to
impede
keep
the
the fruit
motion
in a
of
good mood.
dislocations throughout the lattice, which is the driver of deformation. And, well, we know that traditional glass is primarily made up of amorphous silicon dioxide. So to turn these shavings into glass, all I have to do is isolate any silicon in these mixed shavings, oxidize it, and
My
make
parents
some
always
glass with it.
say,
Sounds
no
easy
matter
enough.
how busy
Silicon
life
is a
gets,
pretty
you
common
should
alloying
always sit
element in
down and
aluminum,
enjoy a
so at
proper
least
meal
some
when you
of
get
these
hungry.
mixed shavings should
What I
be
like
a
to do
silicon-bearing alloy.
is stack my
But I
plate
can't
up
just
high,
sort them out
then
by
squash it all
hand.
down.
So the easiest option is just to dissolve all the shavings in hydrochloric acid, which will dissolve away the aluminum and some other alloying elements, but will leave behind the silicon and things like some copper and maybe nickel. We can see this if I drop a few shavings into this test tube filled with hydrochloric acid. The aluminum begins to dissolve and these small particles of insoluble debris sink down to the bottom of the tube, which hopefully contains our silicon. Unfortunately, I'm going to need a bit more than this if I want to make any meaningful amount of glass, so I filled a 5-gallon bucket with hydrochloric acid. Once it was full, I added a handful of aluminum shavings. The reaction started pretty much immediately and became vigorous in a few seconds. Obviously, it is imperative that this is done with ample ventilation. After the acid calms down, I add another handful and continued this for several days until no more aluminum dissolved in the solution. I then began the process of slowly filtering the solution, which was incredibly difficult as the temperature outside was pretty cold. Fortunately, the solution is so concentrated that it shouldn't freeze until well below 0°C. Unfortunately though, at these cold temperatures it becomes almost like syrup and it took days to filter. But filter it did, and afterwards I was left with a bunch of dirty silicon powder and a whole lot of aluminum chloride, which I crystallized in my crock pot as a side quest, I guess. Once I removed all the silicon from all this filter paper, I added it to a beaker along with some nitric acid. This will dissolve any other alloying elements from the base metal that the hydrochloric couldn't touch. After filtering out the nitric, I should be left with some pretty pure elemental silicon powder. Unfortunately though, glass is not made out of elemental silicon. It's made out of silicon dioxide. So I first had to convert all of this to the oxide. I thought the powder was fine enough as to where I could easily do this by throwing it in a furnace for a few hours at a high temperature. Unfortunately though, it didn't really do anything. Things only seem to oxidize for me when I don't want them to. That led me to my next plan of adding the silicon powder to a strong sodium hydroxide solution where it will actually slowly dissolve into a solution of sodium silicate. I then filtered it to reveal this nice, golden, and pretty pure solution. And now I need to add some acid to this. As the solution neutralizes, the silicon can no longer remain dissolved and it crashes out as silica gel, which is this stuff here that looks like clouds. And so once I knew this worked on a small scale, I repeated the process for the rest of my silicon. And after washing, here's all the silica gel, which is just basically really amorphous silicon dioxide. And I'm glad I did it this way because this is probably much purer than I would have gotten just oxidizing the powder in the air. I then baked the silica gel to remove the residual water and leave me with some good, high quality silicon dioxide that I can use in our glass making. Although there was one more issue, and that is making glass is hard, and I've never done it. You need to be in excess of 1700 C to melt silicon dioxide and make glass. I probably couldn't pull that off in my 1200 C furnace. And even if I could, it trips my breaker below 1000 C. So I'm going to use a trick that humans have used for thousands of years to lower the melting point of glass by adding sodium oxide. This addition creates non-bridging oxygens, which loosen up the structure of the material and lower the melting point. If we take a look at the phase diagram between sodium oxide and silicon dioxide, we see that our lowest melting point occurs right in this eutectic valley at about 25% weight sodium oxide. I have 4 grams of silicon dioxide, so this would correspond to about 1.37 grams of sodium oxide. To get this, I will use baking soda, sodium bicarbonate, which decomposes into sodium oxide at high temperatures. About 2.34 grams of baking soda will yield me the 1.37 grams of sodium oxide that I need. Usually, calcium oxide is also added to the mix to strengthen the glass, but I don't really care, so I will conveniently ignore that. I also wanted the glass to be a little colorful, so I quickly dissolved some cobalt in hydrochloric acid until I had a deep blue solution. Then I isolated the cobalt chloride. Cobalt is a really colorful element, and when glass is doped with it, it picks up a nice blue hue. So I'm curious if I can do the same in my glass. So I added just the smallest amount, probably just a few micrograms of cobalt chloride into the mixture, and I was finally ready to put it into the furnace and turn up the temperature. The mixture began to fluidize at about 900 C, and I began to realize that I had no way of actually getting the glass out of the crucible. So I just scooped some out with a stir rod, and I was super glad to see that this was in fact glass, and it did pick up a blue tint. I scooped out more and more until I had a pile of nice blue glass shards and a thin film of glass that, of course, stuck to the bottom of the crucible. I did have a feeling that this would happen, but I wanted to make sure that the mixture remained pure and confined during heating, so I was okay with the sacrifice of the crucible. But I also did want a consolidated glass bead, so I did something really janky. This is quite literally the cheapest 1200 C furnace that money can buy. And over the last few months, I've really put this thing through the ringer. My professors would be scolding me for how dirty I keep the interior of the furnace. But For $250, what are you going to do, right? The thermocouple doesn't even work correctly. But thanks to your support, I've been able to upgrade to a programmable furnace that does not trip my 15-amp breaker. And this thing, I'm going to keep clean. But anyway, in the spirit of more sacrifices and not really wanting to buy an aluminum oxide brick, I carved this depression into the bottom of the old furnace. I imagine alumina is pretty non-stick, so I put the glass shards in this depression and then sprinkled some more cobalt chloride on there just for fun and cranked up the temperature. Once at temperature, this should all consolidate into one glob of glass. Now it's just a glob of glass, it's nothing intricate at all, but it's my glob of glass and I want to take care of it. So I slowly let the furnace cool overnight and took a look the next day. And expectedly, we did have a nice glob of glass there in that depression. I tried to remove it, but unfortunately, I broke it anyways. Although these chunks of glass are a little bit more consolidated and better looking than the last one, so I'm a little happy. But here it is, glass where all of the silicon atoms have been completely sourced from aluminum shavings. I had a lot of fun doing this project and I hope you guys enjoyed the video, but I must say this is just the appetizer for what's coming. I didn't use all of my silicon powder and there's a lot more that I want to do with it. So subscribe and be on the lookout in the near future for some follow-up projects where I use this exact same silicon powder to hydrothermally synthesize some really cool silicate minerals that are related to euperlite and possibly hackmanite.
I can't get the image out of my head. A little 5-year-old standing in the cold, wearing his bright little blue bunny hat and his Spider-Man backpack, surrounded by federal agents. He was on his way home from preschool when Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, or CBP, or whatever agency is running these things these days, took him and his father into custody. Now, this thing didn't look like law enforcement, not even a little bit. It looked like a huge mistake. The kind that shouldn't happen in a country that claims to care about children or due process, if those things mean anything now. When I posted the image of little Liam in my Instagram stories, other journalists I know from around the world couldn't believe their eyes. I can't blame them. One of them simply responded, his name is Liam Conejo Ramos. Conejo actually means bunny in Spanish. And his family was lawfully in the United States. But what happened to him next triggered a legal battle that exposed just how far immigration enforcement is willing to go to violate the Constitution. You might say this is not immigration enforcement, not in the sense that we know it. This wasn't a mistake. It was real, and it was deliberate. ICE agents abducted Liam and his father by force and transported them more than 1,300 miles from their home in Minnesota to a detention facility in Dilley, Texas. Ah, Dilley, that notorious detention facility where children and parents do not have access to sufficient potable water or palatable food, where bright lights are left on 24 hours a day and officers threaten to separate families if they don't follow every order. I'll tell you more about Dilley later. But that's where they sent Liam and his father. Afterward, Marcos Charles, an acting executive associate director of ICE, told reporters that Liam's father tried to flee the authorities, effectively abandoning his child. His school said that ICE then tried to use him as bait to get at other people in the house. Supposedly, the mom was in there and ICE tried to get her too. ICE could have left him there. They could have exercised what is known as prosecutorial discretion. But instead, they took a preschooler to a detention camp. Once Liam and his father were taken to the South Texas Family Residential Center in Dilley, conditions inside were far from humane. Lawyers visiting the facility reported that detainees, many of them children, were confined for long stretches and lacked proper medical care. Immigration attorney Eric Lee, who witnessed demonstrations and spoke with families there, he witnessed distressing scenes of children and parents crying out from behind the fences.
I'm outside. I'm outside. It doesn't say out here.
And I've just been ordered to leave the premises. And she's yelling at me right now, so I'm gonna head back to my car and try and keep you abreast of the situation.
Watching the video of people screaming from inside a detention camp is chilling in a way that goes beyond words. Did you catch that? Some of them were yelling, "Libertad," freedom. This is the United States in 2026. Meanwhile, when Representative Joaquin Castro visited Liam, he said the boy wasn't doing well. He found it difficult to eat. He had a fever, and the jailers took away his hat and backpack, which he kept asking for. If being in jail takes a physical and psychological toll on adults, imagine the trauma it inflicts on children. No children should be in jail, ever. Liam and his father, Adrian, had already been through a lot. The family was in the United States lawfully, having entered the country to seek asylum. Now, asylum is a legal right, a process that allows people who fear persecution to request it and remain in the U.S. legally while their claims are reviewed and adjudicated by an immigration judge. According to Liam's mother, Erica, in December 2024, Liam and Adrian entered the United States through the CBP One border app. The app, which has been around for some time but blossomed during the Biden administration, is the process asylum seekers had to follow until Trump turned this app into literally a self-deportation tool. No, really, it's now called a CBP Home app, and they're not lying about its purpose. Check it out.
If you're an illegal alien living in the United States, this runway is your future. Because one way or another, you're getting on a plane home. But how you get there is up to you. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. You can make it easy, like others who've made the right choice, by downloading the CBP Home app and safely self-deporting. They received financial assistance up to $1,000, a free flight home, and they have the chance to come back to America legally. Or your trip home can be hard. We will find you. You will be fined thousands of dollars, detained, and forcefully removed from our country. Leave legally, because you won't miss this flight. And it's your last chance to get on board the right way.
At what point, people at a port of entry, they had to download the app, then schedule an appointment with the app. They presented themselves to U.S. authorities to begin the laborious asylum process. That gives them the legal status, so to speak, to remain in the country while the proceedings play out, often for years during the asylum process. Now, to be perfectly clear, the process wasn't perfect. Not at all. Biden limited asylum to ports of entry, an asylum ban by another name, even though the asylum statute allows people to request it even if they cross the border elsewhere. That meant that the number of CBP One appointments was limited. So to answer the most common question I hear from conservatives, well, why didn't they just do it legally? Why didn't they get in the back of the line? Well, this family was following the legal process when ICE detained them. When ICE arrested Liam and Adrian, they were still waiting for their court date. There was no order of removal.
Don't worry.
So his lawyers turned to one of the oldest safeguards in American law, a petition for habeas corpus, which I like to call a petition for your own freedom. It literally means to have the body, habeas. Habeas allows a federal court to demand that the government justify why it is holding a person without apparent legal authority. This isn't a document that asks a court to predict whether someone might someday lose an immigration case or might someday commit a crime. It asks whether their confinement right now is lawful. It exists precisely to prevent the government from imprisoning people first and sorting out legality later. Habeas corpus is so fundamental to American law that it's in the Constitution. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended, unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it. Notice the may? It is so fundamental, it's no surprise Kristi Noem, our distinguished Secretary of Homeland Security, infamously flunked the test when asked what the writ means.
So, Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country.
Now, the government may not care about your rights or your privacy, but if you do, now is probably a good time to wipe all of your personal and private information off of the internet.
On Saturday, Fred Byery, a federal judge in Texas's Western District, granted Liam's and his father's habeas petition. Judges have been granting a lot of habeas petitions lately, and Judge Byery sets the tone in the first paragraph in no uncertain terms. The case has its genesis in the ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas, apparently even if it requires traumatizing children. This court and others regularly send undocumented people to prison and orders them deported, but do so by proper legal procedures. That phrase, ill-conceived and incompetently implemented, does a lot of work. Judge Byery is blunt about why this happened. A deportation quota system. Remember Stephen Miller? Yes, he set one. And he immediately contrasts the quota policy with what the Constitution requires. Proper legal procedures. He goes on. Apparent also is the government's ignorance of an American historical document called the Declaration of Independence. 33-year-old Thomas Jefferson enumerated grievances against a would-be authoritarian king over our nascent nation. Among others were, 1, he has sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people. 2, he has excited domestic insurrection among us. 3, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us. 4, he has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. By the way, did you know that when the Declaration of Independence was written, there was no immigration law in the country? Anyway, that's another aside. There's nothing subtle about this. Judge Byery is not the first person to notice that President Trump is repeating the grievances that set the Revolutionary War in motion. I actually have done that in my own articles. So let's go through it again, shall we? Swarms of officers? Check. Domestic insurrection? Check. Quartering large bodies of armed troops? Check. Standing armies without consent of the legislature? Check. That history is why the Constitution draws hard lines around government power, starting with the Fourth Amendment. Judge Byery.
Okay. Oh, I fucked up somewhere along the way. Oh well, that's going to be the first stream. Good luck, contact such and we'll see you next time.